Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to begin. Calling to order the 116th meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission today at the Heinz Auditorium at 10:30 on April 3rd. We're going to add a brief moment of business with a few remarks from Colonel Cameron.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask for a moment of silence for our two brave firefighters who tragically lost their lives last week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite striking. If you didn't see the firehouse outside, it's quite striking and quite moving. Okay, Commissioner McHugh, the approval of the minutes.
The approval of the March 20 minutes will be deferred until our next meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Executive Director Day, item 3, administration.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to be real quick on the general. I don't have a general update today, but I will respond if the Commission might happen to have any questions. If that's not the case, I will refer to Jill for an introduction of the next topic. Okay. Ms. Griffin.
Commissioners, I'm here to highlight activities regarding diversity that have taken place since the award of the Category 2 slots license to Penn National Gaming. And then I will also introduce Penn National's diversity plan to the Commission. Prior to reading the diversity plan, I have to say I went back in our own transcripts, even before I was hired, to the transcript of the Diversity and Inclusion Education Forum that happened on September 19th of 2012 for advice from our experts and to put Penn's diversity plan into perspective. And I took a couple of comments that I thought you might find interesting. Ms. Cleghorn was one of the panelists, and she said, as we say in the law, past performance is the best indicator of future performance. Also, Dr. Fred McKinney of the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council remarked, there are only a very small proportion of corporations in America that I would call having a world-class supplier diversity program. Most are not there, but what's important is that they have a path to get there, that they have a commitment among the senior management to get there. So I do think it's important to ask senior management of the applicants to share with the Commission what their diversity and inclusion plans are. And Commissioners, as you all know, Penn National has a strong record of diversity and inclusion in both hiring and purchasing. I'd like to add that we have representatives here from Penn National, and we have others on the way. CEO Tim Wilmont and Eric Shippers, the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs, are on their way from the airport and anxious to get here. And Karen Bailey, Vice President of Public Affairs, is here. Allison Stanton, who is the Director of Community Affairs for Turner Construction, and Emil Giordano, who is Turner Project Executive, is here as well. So the plan is, I'm going to comment on their diversity plan. They're here for questions as well. Following this meeting, we'd release it for comment to our vendor advisory team and other folks who are especially interested in diversity.
So they haven't seen it yet. That was one of my first questions.
They have not seen it yet. We wanted to introduce it to the Commission. Commissioners are not voting today on the plan, but it is required that you approve it. And the plan is that on the 17th, we have it on the docket for you to actually approve the plan. So in between now and the 17th, we will get feedback from our advisors who care very much about the issue of diversity. Okay. So I'd like to say that Penn National has hit the ground running in regards to outreach to diverse communities for the design and construction phase. They attended their first meeting with the Massachusetts Gaming Commission's vendor advisory team on March 24th. And I might say they were available for some very direct questions and feedback. And the group really appreciated their responses. They have outreach to the Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office, SDO, and with the Greater New England Minority Supplier Development Council, both of whom Turner partners with and had existing relationships with. And this was to alert the member subcontractors to opportunities that are already available. They have outreach to the Massachusetts Small Business Development Center Network Southeast Regional Office, and they hosted a subcontractor opportunity event on March 25th in which myself and Director of Licensing David Acosta and other staff attended. There were 150 businesses in attendance. It was extremely well attended. They have also communicated with the Veterans Business Owners Initiative in Bedford and Worcester, and are working with the Massachusetts Building Trades Council. So, pursuant to conditions 7 and 9 of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission's Category 2 license, Penn National has submitted to the commission the affirmative action plan for the design and construction phase of Plain Ridge Park Casino. The plan is entitled Diversity Plan for Design and Construction Phase of Plain Ridge Park Casino, and it was developed by both Penn and their construction management team, Turner Construction. The plan highlights opportunities and systems to maximize participation by a diverse group of contractors, as well as ensuring that those contractors maintain diverse employee bases. Penn based this plan on research that they did regarding existing programs in the Commonwealth. They looked at baseline participation goals for public projects in the Commonwealth, and they looked at participation rates of similarly sized projects in the region. They also looked at the current availability of businesses and workforce participants in that region that meet these designations. And then they also based a lot of their information on the 2010 disparity study that was prepared for the Division of Capital Asset Management, entitled Race, Sex, and Business Enterprise. So as a result of this research, they have set some participation goals for the project regarding design and construction subcontractors. 11% for minority and women business enterprises. That is the participation goal. And they have a participation goal for veteran business enterprises, and that is 3%. The labor participation goals outlined by Penn National exceed those of Administrative Bulletin 14, which is the A&F Bulletin 14, the state contract goals, 15.3% minority and 6.9% women. Massachusetts has not yet established baseline veteran participation goals. So Penn design and construction workforce goals are 16% minority and 7% female, and a priority placed on opportunities for veterans. So these diversity goals will enable Plain Ridge Park Casino project to be reflective of the region's diversity and either meet or exceed those goals set by the Executive Office of Administration and Finance, Bulletin 14. Do I have any questions from the commissioners?
I have a couple. I read the plan. I thought it looked, it really, to me, appeared that this licensee is taking this challenge and taking it seriously, put together an effective plan here. The word participation, what do we mean by that? Are we talking about actual numbers of people employed when we say participation?
Would you like me to answer? Where am I? Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm Karen Bailey, Vice President of Public Affairs for Penn National Gaming. For participation on the workforce side, that is headcount. On the vendor side, that is percent of dollars of what we call qualified spend, which is outlined in the definitions in the document.
And the only other thing I saw, and I did see it once, is what's really important with a plan like this is that you continually evaluate, because there may be some areas where you can make a change midstream to be more effective with the plan. So I didn't see a lot about evaluation, but I did see on page 12, the process allows the team to address any discrepancies. So I assume when you say discrepancies, you're talking about if you're falling short with your goals, you'll take a look and see why and try to address that? Is that
Correct.
what that refers to?
Yeah, we actually are required to submit a quarterly report of our progress throughout the construction phase. We'll be obviously working much more closely with Jill and her team, or Director Griffin, excuse me, and her team throughout the process and getting that granular information. And then there's the corrective action process that we will go through if we are falling short, particularly on the workforce, because there is going to be a considerable amount of diligence in making sure that we're meeting the goals on the workforce, as it takes a little more effort to keep tabs on that, quite frankly. And so anywhere we see that falling short with any of our subcontractors, they will be addressed, and a plan will be put in place and submitted to the commission as well, and to the staff.
Excellent. And last question, how did you do with your, you had a kind of a job fair for subcontractors. How did you do? Did a fair amount of diversity?
Yes, yes.
Folks show up at that event?
So I'm Allison Stanton with Turner
Hi,
Construction.
Allison.
And the event was targeted at minority businesses, women businesses, and veteran businesses, and local businesses as well. You know, it was open to the public, but that was the goal. So I would say that probably 80% of the businesses that showed up were MBE, WBE, or veteran status as well.
Great. Impressive that you're taking this very seriously.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a
Go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. Since the representatives from Penn and Turner are here, have you decided or established a project delivery system? What kind of contracting scheme between Penn and Turner you're going to operate under?
Are you talking about just our contract in general?
The
we are
contracting,
in.
CM at risk or design build?
That's something I'd like to get back to the commission on in the specifics of that. Unfortunately, my head of construction is not here. I know that they are working with Turner right now in terms of our agreement, and we're also actually working with your licensing division on the needs from a licensing perspective of Turner. So we'd be happy to get back to you on that.
Because a lot of the subcontracting participation could really hinge in how that is. So I'd be very interested in learning more about that. Also, do you have a project labor agreement? Remind me, on the site. Are there? Will you be looking at apprenticeship programs? Is there anything under that labor agreement that you can exercise now? That apprenticeship programs are generally a very good strategy to enhance diversity participation and workforce development. So if you could tell us a little bit about that, and would be very interested.
Sure. It's interesting that you asked that. The project labor agreement does not address that, but I did meet yesterday with the building trades in southeastern Massachusetts with all the union representatives, and they actually brought to the table that they'd like to get us involved with the local vote tech programs in the area, and we are very open to do that. So we are going to take that step with them.
And another organization that we work with closely here is the Building Pathways Pre-Apprenticeship Program. I know that that is a Boston-based program, but would like to try to incorporate something similar to that, understanding that the pipeline needs to be, in advance.
Is that the Asian American Civic Association? Whose is that organization?
No. So Building Pathways it's a nonprofit. It's actually Brian Doherty and Mary Vogel with the Construction Institute that started the program. But the goal of their program is to increase minorities, females, and Boston residents going into the apprenticeship programs in Boston. But that's, they do all of their outreach to those individuals in the city. So trying to expand upon that for the Commonwealth.
And in addition, we've actually already instituted onto our website and our social media efforts and our other media efforts is to attract other workforce participants and basically setting up a basic application process that we then forward over to the Building and Trades organization for consideration. That has both a minority workforce goal or, for the purposes of a minority workforce, as well as to attract local residents to the project as well.
I wanted to ask, and maybe this goes to Turner, about the corrective action process that's detailed on paragraph 3 on page 13 of this plan. Or it's not detailed, it's mentioned.
Yeah.
Your erstwhile associates have just arrived.
Oh.
Mr. Wilmot and Mr. Shippers are here.
And I wondered if you could just expand on what that involves.
Certainly. So where the corrective action meeting is mentioned, the main focus of the corrective action is for the workforce piece, but it's also incorporated for minority women business and veteran business participation as well. But a lot of that effort is in early pre-construction and trying to make sure that goals and commitments are achieved and agreed to way before we even make an award. So the corrective action in this piece here would be, once the sub is coming on site, they've already agreed to the percentages for workforce. What are they actually working towards those goals? So we have a regular meeting with them on site, a pre-construction meeting where we discuss what they committed to and what the goals were, and then their core crew comes on. They start to increase their workforce, and if right away, if we see that as their workforce is increasing, or even their core crew, if their core crew is not reflective of the goals on the project, then we'll bring that team in and say, okay, you need to submit to us a plan on how you're going to rectify this. And it would happen immediately. It's not something that we're checking in on a monthly basis. We'll be doing the weekly payrolls, collecting those every week so that we're on top of it from a week-to-week basis. And if that corrective needs to happen week 1, then it happens week 1. And then they will owe to us a plan on how they're going to increase those goals or why they're not meeting those goals.
Okay, I take it you've done this before.
Yes.
So what happens if after the corrective meeting, the goal still isn't met?
It's definitely something that then we would elevate to Penn and speak with them about, the reason, anytime a company isn't meeting the goals, they're going to have reasons why. So we would need to look at that reasoning and then discuss with Penn what our next steps would be. But again, this would happen early. It would never be they're off the site and they're gone. We want to address this and be proactive early on in the process.
No, I think it's an excellent plan. I asked the question because we seem to be resetting the established order in Washington these days,
Yes.
and there are issues there. So I think treading the fine line that you are
Yes.
treading is an excellent and aggressive way to achieve these goals and anticipate the future. So that's great.
Thank you. And we appreciate collaboration with this as well, insight that you can offer us on that process. We're open to that. So any insight is definitely appreciated.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner, I think you're alluding to something that I was previously asking, which if Penn holds the contract with all the subcontractors, which I doubt, that would be unwieldy. There's a lot more leverage to do corrective action. So as some of these subcontracts are let out, that's an important time to exercise this kind of leverage and discussion. So, but I look forward to your your answer there relative to the project delivery system.
And that leverage obviously is between us and Turner in our contracts.
That's
And this
right.
is something that we've done numerous times over the course of the past several years throughout the country. Turner's been a great partner in that in different places,
Right.
which is probably why they're at the table today, or one of the reasons why they're at the table today.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
Were you alluding to the quotas issues and constitutional challenges?
I was trying to be oblique about that. But yes, that's exactly where I was going.
Because I was on the same.
Right, right.
Because I don't know where one of the questions I was going to ask is, what are the penalties? What's
Yes.
for non-compliance? And I don't know exactly the subtleties of the law here. And we want to stick within it more or less, but still get the job done.
Exactly.
And so can one, is there a constraint on applying penalties?
Well, I think that the thoughtful answer we just got from the Turner representatives about if the goals are not being achieved, examining why the goals are not being achieved and getting the reasons for their non-achievement, and then making a decision as to what, if anything, can be done about it in a constructive manner, is a thoughtful and appropriate way to steer between Scylla and Charybdis.
Right.
And particularly difficult because we don't know where either Scylla or Charybdis is today.
Right.
And I think
Scylla's okay, but Charybdis could be a
right,
problem.
Charybdis is on the move. So, that's what I was trying to get at.
Well, I think this is something that in the review done by some of our outside advisors, that presumably are really well-informed, better than we are, at least are, not maybe better than you, but better than we are, on, what is the best practice, what is the most rigor that can be applied here? Because there's, we do know from having looked at your materials and actually other of the bidders as well, that interestingly enough, the casino companies tend to be about as good in their track records on issues of diversity and cultural inclusion as any group of industries. And I don't know whether it's because of market sensitivity exactly or what, but there's a lot of pushback from the minority community, particularly the minority business community, that has heard from other industries a lot of warm and fuzzy and promises and best efforts and we'll do our best and we're good doobies, and disappointing performance. So trying to find the line between Scylla and Charybdis, I guess, is really important. And we want to be able to assure folks, we don't want to just say, look what they did. I understand the point you made, that past history is a guide, but we want to be able to assure people that there's enough rigor here that this is going to be for real. Go ahead, others.
Yeah, well, just to complement to that, and this is where plans like this, systems in place prior to, can have hopefully a really good effect. Not just looking at the results, but looking forward to how this can be implemented. So,
On a much more minor scale and level of detail, I thought that ad that was in the Globe and some of the other papers recently was a terrific start, both in terms of its content and the symbolism of the pictures in the ad. I thought that was very impressive, and I was delighted to see it.
And since the leadership team is here, welcome. I'd like to just point out that the speed of the leader is really important in issues like this, too. It does filter down through an entire organization. If the team knows that the leadership believes in this and they're behind this, my experience is that the results that are achieved are usually better.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Shippers and I apologize for our tardiness attributed to US Air out of Philadelphia. But it is something from a diversity and inclusion standpoint that touches my office almost on a weekly basis. And our results in Toledo and Columbus, I'm well aware of. Our efforts now under construction in Dayton and Youngstown, Ohio, I'm aware of. And we'll also be monitoring from my level and others at the top of the organization the efforts here in Plainville.
It's terrific.
One of the issues we talked about the other day with the vendor advisory team, and I think it was expressed by both Penn and Turner that they greatly appreciated a working relationship with Jill and that group I think Turner attested to the fact that a lot of the people that were generated for the vendor fair you had came through the connections of the vendor advisory team. Not to knock media and advertisement, but you know, sometimes that word of mouth and the relationships with our vendor advisory group work well. One of my initial concerns is knowing that this is such a short construction timeline. If not to place a big administrative burden on you, but if, you know, one of my thoughts or recommendations might be to see if we could have more of a more frequent reporting process. I mean, I know you'll stay in touch with Jill and the vendor advisory team, but seemingly doing it every quarter, quickly we're going to find ourselves at the end of that construction timeline with not a lot of wiggle room to kind of make some adjustments with you.
And specifically when it comes to the awards for the contracts themselves. And we appreciate that you understand and respect that process. And we are communicating with Penn on a regular basis for every single buy, what it is that we're going to try to do. A lot of times the approach would just be to speak with the awarded subcontractor to say, okay, you're not an M or a W or a V, but who are you going to bring to the table? And what we're trying to do is talk to all of the subs that are bidding the job to make them aware and say, come to the table in advance. All of this information that we're collecting in pre-construction, we'll be reporting to Penn live every time, you know, every time we have communication. And then as we move forward with actual reports, the reports that will be generated for you all quarterly, we will be submitting to them on a weekly and monthly basis. So we will be following, you know, so that if you did need information in between, you know, as we were referring to, as Karen was referring to, the granular information, we'll have that on a live basis.
Commissioner Stebbins, they'll also be reporting on a much more frequent basis to our OPM Pink & Company, so that information will be available.
Yeah, and we're a very aggressive owner. We're hands-on. We don't just hand the project off and wait to open, you know, to be handed the keys, if you will. And one of the things that's obviously a benefit of that is that when we look at the bid packages and we look at the marketplace and what's available to us to utilize, it allows us to also rejigger how we're going to structure even bid packages. Can we break it up into smaller pieces so we can provide greater opportunities or more opportunities for more vendors and things like that. So that ongoing communication, that hands-on type management that we have really speaks to that, so that we can adjust and meet the goals that we've set out for this project.
And we realize kind of overlaying this whole issue is agreements that Penn had to make between host communities, surrounding communities for finding a lot of these business relationships as you were moving forward. So, okay, thank you.
Others? While you're here, all of you, are you familiar with the Corey constraint? Criminal records complaint constraint in our legislation. Do you know how that reads and works?
Yeah, we're familiar with it and are still awaiting some guidance as to how to apply that in our hiring practices. We want to maximize opportunities. We want to have an opportunity to give second chances if we're allowed to do so, but it's still, I guess, a bit of an evolving subject, and so we would love some additional dialogue and guidance on that.
Well, I was interested in there is a movement afoot to amend that legislation to take out the automatic, you know, death knell, essentially, the automatic disqualification for, at least for non-gaming service type employees, which on the face of it seems like a pretty good idea, but I wondered if you had an opinion on that, and would you be supportive? Would you recommend that kind of a change?
We would be supportive. In all of our jurisdictions, it's usually left to the regulators to determine, but we're always looking for opportunities, as I said, to maximize you know, job opportunities for those in the community who deserve a second chance and who are not going to be involved in some of those, you know, money handling operations. Tim?
How has it worked in Ohio?
I was going to say, many jurisdictions apply, I think what you're thinking of, in the non-gaming, non-cash handling areas. There is relaxation over past indiscretions that allow people to get a second chance. Many states, however, do apply a higher level of scrutiny in the gaming positions, surveillance positions, cashiering positions, where there is the access to negotiable funds.
No, this doesn't really apply fully to the subcontractors in the construction trades.
No, it doesn't. This was a-
You were talking about more the operational
Yeah,
side.
And I was,
Right.
since they were here, I wanted, and I think we're still working where we're going to come down, but if we do, it's important for us to have a note that Ben will support us in the legislative change. If we can
Absolutely.
go for that. You ask these original questions, these threshold questions to guide your planning, the publicly available information on participation rates, baseline participation goals, host and current availability of business and workforce participants. What did you learn there? You know, what were the sort of guiding data points that got you to these numbers? And I'll start out by saying these numbers seem modest to me. You know, they don't reflect the minority makeup of the population in the targeted region. So, you know, I would have thought you might at least set aspirational goals that were really stretch goals. And maybe if you ended up here, that would be too bad, but it'd be okay. But it doesn't strike me as a really strong aspirational goal. And I'm wondering what data got you to where you are.
So I think, to us, you know, this would not be an aspirational goal either. You know, when we were drafting this plan, we were going back and forth to, is this the be-all, end-all, or is this, you know, a draft, a work in process where we can work together and come to what we might be able to achieve? So we came up with these goals based on Massachusetts general laws and the disparity study, which really was the only true data that I could find that was saying, based on the demographics and based on the businesses that are available in construction, this is what the Commonwealth recommends. So we went with those goals and we suggested those goals based on that, but the hope is to exceed those, most definitely. And I don't disagree with you that in looking at them on face value, they do appear to be lower than what you would hope to achieve. So we set the goals based on what the laws suggest, but we do hope to exceed those goals.
Jill, don't they par Bulletin 14 that you had talked about before? This is in line with, you know,
Yeah.
some of the public works
I know, but it's
numbers.
but that's the point, you know,
Right.
we're trying to do better, we're trying to
Yes.
change
Right.
things. The whole idea is to use the leverage, use the opportunity to make a difference, not just to sort of hit the norm. I'd like feedback from our advisory group on how they would structure this. And, you know, if you all know this better than I do, if you have a higher target, you're gonna have more of a chance of getting there. If this is your target, it's gonna be harder to go beyond it. So it's something I'd like some feedback on. Both the strategy, I know you're familiar with this, and you do this, and I appreciate that, and apparently do it well. But the strategy of setting goals, as well as what will the market bear, and is this a high enough target for us?
Absolutely. We'll
Okay.
release the information today.
I guess that's it for me. Yeah, but so I would like to take a hard look at those numbers. Anything else on this topic?
No?
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so we will post this report and for comment, and then come back and plan on the 17th meeting to take it up for
Right.
consideration for vote.
Jill, did you alert our advisory group and all these other folks that we know are interested in this to what's going on now? Encourage people to watch this?
I didn't do it in writing, but folks do know that this is on the agenda, and
Okay.
we'll,
I mean, it
we'll actually try to get them here in person for the 17th.
Okay.
We did talk about at our meeting the other day. Everybody on the vendor advisory team was aware of the upcoming date, was aware of the receipt of the plan, and that I think subsequent to that, we decided we would share it and get everybody's feedback. But that meeting, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, everybody knew this was coming in the door.
Okay. Well, there's a PR communications issue here, as we've talked about, you know, and we and you need to be sensitive to doing everything we can possibly do to make sure everybody knows what we're doing in addition to doing what we're doing. And there has been some shortcomings on that for reasons we're not sure of. So taking an opportunity to email everybody in the world to be said to turn on your computer at 10:30 on Thursday because we're going to be talking about this. Also, the ad that Jim referred to, did you circulate that to everybody? Has everybody seen that?
Yes. So I think what you're referring to is the ad regarding the vendor fair. Is that what you're?
Yes, that's right.
So that, the ad regarding the vendor fair was in not only the Globe, but the Boston Business Journal, the Banner, El Mundo, I think. The Sun Herald. And additionally, I emailed that to the vendor advisory and to some of the other individuals who I know care about diversity.
Good, okay,
So
great,
we're trying to keep people in the loop.
right, good, okay.
Yeah, this document is and a summary of this discussion. It occurs to me that it would be a great blog post that we can email everybody who follows us, as well as everybody who, who gets updates from our MGC comments to
Great
to
idea.
get some of those comments. But especially, of course, the advisory group. Now that we have reviewed this comment, we would really love their feedback. This document, rather. We would really like their feedback.
And perhaps we can even have guest bloggers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And keep in mind, that we have in another 60 days, we'll be getting another plan which will deal with the operational vendor plan as well.
All right.
Great, and it's appreciated that the senior executives took the time to come here. That by itself says something.
My pleasure. Now I've got to go back to Logan and get my luggage. Yeah, I hope.
It's just about coming off the carousel now. No problem. All right, next. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, next is me, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I think it's worth running through each of these points. This topic is proposed legislative changes by various parties, particularly the bidders, and the beginning of a process of us determining which ones we think we want to be supportive of and which ones do indeed require legislative support. And I assume everybody's had a chance to read this, but I think it's important enough that we start to set our position on each of these things.
Yes.
The big enchilada is the present requirement that at every winning of $600, that the games be stopped and the winner be issued a W-2 and actually pay state withholding tax. As I've said, and we've talked about this in another venue with Todd's and others, people's help, we think it probably would only apply to slots, but even at that, it's a major problem. It's a major competitive problem, it's a major administrative problem, and it seems pretty clear that the best practice would be to adopt a federal standard, which would be, to make it simple, would be when we're winnings of $1,200, a W-2 is issued, the tax is not actually collected. And to use the federal standard of permitting a gambler to offset winnings or losing against winnings or winnings against losing for purposes of eventually paying their income tax if they can document their winnings and losings appropriately. We've already made that decision. We've sent it to the State House. They know what we think. But they're awaiting our advice on other issues because some of them they wanted to deal with all of that package together. So let's just run through these. There is the issue that affects all of us, and including us, about the potential of the repeal referendum. Approximately July, we will be hearing what the SJC says. If they let it go forward, it will be voted in November. There are a whole host of issues and problems, again, for everybody, including us, with that uncertainty hanging out there. But this is to address the issues for the Gaming Commission and our vendors. There are all these license fees which are triggered by the award, and there are the presumed management tools that we would impose and management metrics that we would impose on folks on construction schedules and how quickly are they moving and are they meeting their time frames and so on. And in the case of the category ones, the 10% deposit, which is obviously a very big deal. The big issue is the $85 million licensing fee, one-time licensing fee. we, I think, have written our regs in such a way that we can deal with this if the time comes. So I don't think there's much to talk about more with that. There are, however, a host of other problems that if we give an award, then the bidders, the winner, the licensee will have triggering mechanisms in the host community agreements. That means certain kinds of payments start. They'll have probably triggering agreements and options on land, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know what we can do on that score, other than to talk with them. They've just asked that we try to be supportive. I'm not sure if there are other solutions, but does anybody have any other thoughts about any of those two categories?
Well, I think that we when we were considering the financial plan that we adopted a few months ago, put in place a variety of alternatives that deal with the licensing fee and the ways to approach the licensing fee. We have a number of ways to do that. A lot of, some of the others, including the 10% investment deposit, would be triggered by the way we handle the license award. So we have, I think, the flexibility to deal with that. And insofar as the award triggering other obligations on the part of the applicant, we have the same flexibility as to how we award the license. What we don't have a solution for, I think, is the expiration of option agreements. And I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that. Because if the option agreements have dates certain, then the licensee really is the person giving the option are the only people that can fix that, unless there's a clause in there that's already fixed it. So I don't think there's anything more we can do about that, except be sensitive to it and be told by the applicant if they've got that kind of a problem, and listen to the applicant's proposed solution, or to the extent that we can help with it.
Yeah, and the process will be the same, presumably the process will be the same as it was before, that we will deliberate, we'll make a tentative decision conditional upon the likely winner, the selected winner, agreeing to the present conditions, whatever they are. And at the moment, the law is what the law is.
Right.
And if at that point, maybe nobody has a problem, maybe people are willing to take the risk, just like the slots parlor, they put up their $25 million, there was no problem. That may be the case with the category ones as well, in that case, fine. But if there is pushback, then we can work with them, as you say, to try to work that out.
Right.
Any other, and we're more than welcome for anybody who's representing clients. I mean, we understand this problem, and as I said, we have it ourselves. So we're more than open to any ideas anybody's got or suggestions about what we can do. Okay, on-site daycare problem, I'm gonna just quickly, the bidders have read this to mean there's a requirement for an on-site daycare facility. And with the help of real lawyers, Todd and Artem, we don't think that is indeed what it says. There's considerations, we have to think about it, but we think we can handle this with regulations. What we want to do, I'm not suggesting whether we want to require it or not require it. We haven't joined that issue yet, but we don't need legislative help on this issue. Questions or thoughts? The tax revenues.
Let me just make it clear as we go through this. You've done a really thoughtful job of running through this. The commission hasn't voted on it. And so, as you say, we have decided, or we don't think.
Right.
You're speaking in terms of you and the legal team of the
Yes.
Assembly.
Yes. Right. Sorry.
Right. No.
Yeah, by all means, that's
right.
exactly right. And I'm now speaking as a single commissioner with the help of some outside help.
Right.
And that's the antecedent to me.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
So now's our opportunity to say yay or nay, or
Yeah,
offer
and
other thoughts.
I think we are going to have to decide sometime
Right.
fairly soon on these things, and I'm perfectly, if anybody's got ideas on any of these, whether you're predisposed or not.
Well,
so-
I would say, I would say with respect to that one, I fully agree with that assessment. I think there's many ways to handle that without putting it in the middle of the
Okay.
slot machines.
Yeah, including benefits, cash benefits for an alternative, which the law also provides for.
We saw our Category 2 licensee make other arrangements to meet essentially the thrust of this piece, of this provision that didn't involve anything on site, but I certainly found met the intention of the legislation and is actually a creative way to get it done.
Right.
So the next one is the tax rate, and both Win and MGM are looking for a promise that the tax rate of 25% won't be changed. I don't believe that, certainly we can't make that promise because it's not within our authority. I don't think the legislature can make it either, although you changed the language a little bit that sort of suggested maybe they could if they wanted to in some way or other. I took it out and said neither the commission nor the legislature has the authority to bind itself or future legislatures on this issue, and you changed the wording slightly.
Well, I think that's true as a general principle,
Yeah.
but I didn't have a chance to really research that type of issue, so
All
I
right.
thought it would be helpful just to couch it a little bit.
Okay. Well, if there's any possibility that that's wrong, then we should know about that. So let do that further research. I thought that was a slam dunk, that no legislature could bind a future legislature on something like this. But if I'm wrong, we need to look into that.
But the argument is an important one. Which is the total investment amount is the minimum that was established by legislation that we later clarified with regulations, and the tax rate go hand in hand. So there's a real financial concern if that gets changed afterwards. But the comment here is totally on point. There's nothing that we could do or even promise. All we can say is we understand that this is a consideration, but it would not be our decision.
Right. And we might want to think about, this might be something that you think about, Commissioner Zuniga, that we might want to think about just as a matter of principle, making a statement that on this issue and on the license parameter issue on granting the Category 2 license holder the table games, for example, or more slots machines or something. I haven't thought hard about this, but on the face of it, it seems to me like the rules are the rules, and people are putting up, as you say, a certain amount of money, making certain commitments, making certain investments, understanding what the rules are and calculating their financial return and financial exposure accordingly. And it would certainly not be fair or good public policy to change those in any material way. And we might want to say that just as a matter of principle. You might want to think about that.
Yeah, well, and in addition to that, we already have a lot of documents to that effect. We have the Spectrum report that was updated from 2008 and 2010. We have a lot of our market assessment, from HLT, a different set of consultants that have looked at this. So there's a lot that we can say and reference to in terms of thoughtful analysis, where this is a key consideration.
I think it'd be worthwhile to think about touching on each of these points as we make a set of recommendations to the legislature. Certainly the things that even if we think require legislative changes or can't be accomplished, like binding a future legislature, I think would be helpful to say something about it and let them at least know what we're thinking. So I subscribe.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so that concludes item number 4, the license parameters.
Oh, can I go back to something?
Sure.
The first sentence here in item number 4 reads that there's concern by one of the applicants that the Category 2 license might offer, either the legislature, but perhaps implicitly here the commission might offer table games, might let the Category 2 offer table games. Is the concern here relative to electronic table games, or is the concern here relative to amending the legislation to change the rules for the Category 2, which only can offer slots?
the summary language that Artem wrote is the potential for the legislature to allow Category 2 licensees to offer table games sometimes in the future poses a serious threat to long-term stability. So I don't think, I think they're probably talking about real table games.
Okay.
I don't think they're joining the issue about electronic table games.
Okay.
They certainly didn't say that.
Well, I'd like to find out a little bit more detail what their concern is, because the technology here is rapidly changing, and it's not hard to envision a slot machine that, for all intents and purposes, is a table game.
I'm not sure how material it would be if the number, this is not a rhetorical question, I do not know how material it would be if the number of positions didn't change. If you substituted an electronic table game, like a table game, for one of your 1,250 slots machines, I'm not sure that would really make much
I
difference.
think the issue is one of those electronic table games can seat
Well, that's
6 or
different,
8
yeah.
people.
Okay, if that's what you're talking about, absolutely, yeah. That's an
Well,
important
well,
issue.
that's one dimension, but another one is just what Commissioner McHugh was saying. Their technology is such that, you know, it could develop very quickly, and an electronic a slot machine could one day be very similar in terms of experience to the actual table game. And if that's exactly what we're talking about, is that part of the concern, then I think we need to think about it.
Well, there's certainly issues we have to address, whether it's part of MGM's concern or not. All of these issues, these are now posted, they're on our website. We'll be asking for feedback on all these positions from any interested parties, particularly applicants. Okay. The capital expenditure, this is a funny one. Basically, the applicants believe that the obligation under the law is a 3.5% minimum capital investment in upkeep, if you will, and period. And they're asking for various kinds of relief. Let it be an average, let it be up to us. The law, I think, is misdrafted, and it's not really clear in the law, the actual statute, that there really is a requirement, an obligation. So I think that we conclude that because of the careful reading of the statute, that there is not a legislatively mandated annual 3.5% obligation. It's clear what the legislature is looking for, which is the assurance at a certain level of investment of maintaining these facilities. And I think we can take that message, we think that we can take that message from the legislature and implement it on a rational way, which would be compatible with what the bidders are asking for. And bottom line, that we don't need legislative help on this one.
I agree with the bottom line, but I think the operative word here, the key word here is net. The statute says the aggregate amount of equal to 3.5% of net gaming revenues. I think an argument could be made, and maybe this is something that we could easily draft a regulation and ask for comment, just like we do on every regulation we issue. That net gaming revenues could equate to EBITDA or actual, earnings after all the taxes, after all the operating costs, and 3.5% of that number is a lot more doable, certainly, than 3.5% of the top gross. Now, the legislation doesn't say gross revenues, so I read that to be that we could easily, because the word here is net, that we could take a position that what we really mean is earnings before all the non-cash depreciations like costs like depreciation, etc. Now, if that's the case, if that's still a concern by the applicants relative to the amount that would be required, we could also look at it just like you, Mr. Chairman, were talking about. But I, when I first read this section, it didn't occur to me as this clarification may be necessary, but it's certainly something that we could clarify by regulation.
I hadn't noticed that. That's a very good pickup. And I'm just asking Commissioner McHugh whether net gaming revenues is a defined term.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, he's checking to make sure, but that's a very good point. But bottom line, we do not think we're going to make a recommendation to the legislature on this for action. We will have to discuss it ourselves, how we want to implement this, but we got time to do that one.
Yes, and the proviso may take this entirely off the table.
The what?
The proviso in that section provided that if they submit to us a plan, the 3.5%, and we approve it, the 3.5%
No,
goes out the window.
there's also another practice in the industry, which is in the real estate industry, not necessarily, but perhaps the gaming industry as well, which is to maintain a capital reserve equal to 3.5 or whatever many. This number rings very true to the capital reserve that I've seen in real estate projects. We could take an alternative position that it's important to maintain a reserve that they can draw upon with a minimum of 3.5% of, say, the total value of the asset, not revenues. But that's a little bit more complex because the statute does talk about net revenues. Anyway, just an alternative.
Well, so this is in your regs pipeline. I mean, this is a big, interesting policy issue we have to talk about, but we don't need legislative support is the bottom line. Number 6 is somewhat similar to the on-site daycare. This has been something that some of the bidders got a little frenetic about, but again, we think they're misreading
No,
the
it's
statute.
the health treatment center.
Yeah, the mental health treatment.
You
center.
mentioned daycare center.
It's similar to the daycare
Oh,
center
I'm
issue.
sorry.
Yeah, similar in that we think the applicants got a little excited when they read it and read something that was not there. We do not think that this does include a legislative mandate to have in the facility an on-site treatment center for people with gambling problems. That's one of the things we could consider under this statute. We could do that if we thought it was the right thing to do, but we don't have a legislative mandate to do that. So our advice is that we not take this up with the legislature, not make a recommendation to the legislature, and we deal with it ourselves under the regs.
Once again, I agree with the bottom line. I actually I'm familiar with Falls View Casino, and there are a couple of other examples in Canada where they do have resource centers, office fronts with, where people can be counseled that are entirely separate from the casino and from the resort and from the hotel, but can be accessed, very quickly by somebody who has been given a referral or a suggestion or anybody who passes by. So there are many ways, in my view, to perhaps comply with the quote-unquote on-site that is certainly not on the casino floor, which would be a little counterintuitive, obviously. But anyway.
Bottom line is we have the flexibility to deal with this, and we'll probably follow Director Vanderlinden's advice on how we want to implement this, what we do want to do, whether that's the right solution or something else. Okay, this one is complicated. We still don't know for sure what it is this is the section 7, this is item number 7 in my memo, section 25G, that talks about pooling dealer tips and distributing them to only dealers, essentially. And we've got competing views from unions on this. Do you want to speak to this, Todd? You look like you were.
I was just taking a breath, but
okay.
no, go ahead.
All right. So we're not exactly sure what it is that either the unions or the casinos are concerned about here. There's a consensus, I think, that the house should not get a share of people's tips. I don't think anybody's looking for that. But it may be that there are different definitions of tips, the law of house. Some of the unions say nobody in the supervisory position. I think the MGM or WIN says the employer shouldn't get a share. So there's a lot of definitional issues. And there apparently, it seems like there are, maybe David Acosta can help us with this, but it seems like there are people who are a part of the pit crew who are not supervisors, who some people think should get some of the dealer tips. And that is a bone of contention, depending on where you sit. So we're still working to clarify this and would appreciate feedback from anybody on what exactly the issues are here.
Well,
Yes.
there's at least 4 issues that jump out at you here, and I think we really do need some work on this, and that is pooled tips as opposed to individual tips. And my understanding is that the poker dealers in particular don't like pooled tips, and that's not the customary practice, even if there's pooling for others. And then, in addition to having a pool, then the second sentence says we decide how the pool's to be distributed, and I think that's where the applicants, particularly Wynn, jumps in and says, no, that's not a good idea. And then there is the key gaming employee exclusion from the tip pool, which is part of the Commonwealth's current law in other areas and has bred enormous amounts of litigation over the last 3 or 4 years, because it has been a common practice to include head waiters, for example, in the pool distribution, and that's produced litigation and refunds and a lot of things. So there's a lot in this area that we need to think about and get more input on, so before we can make some.
I wonder if this is something that happened in number 9, but we'll get to that. If the way we clarify by regulation the key employees now overlaid with language here in the statute relative to shared pool, sharing those tips, the confluence of those language in the statute here and regulation elsewhere is what really gives genesis to some of these concerns.
Yeah, I don't have any answers at the moment. I just.
Mr. Chairman, just from my perspective, the whole pooling issue and the tips can be extremely important as well, because it also has tax compliance issues relative to the reporting, the federal reporting of the taxes, so it can cause a lot of difficulty depending on how it goes about. Also with control of the tips and the process of where those tips are collected and distributed, ultimately can add to the table itself and the security of the table as well. And the concept about supervisors or pit supervisors or key gaming employees being involved in tips is pretty old. That's one of those things that I think are very important to the continued security of the operation. So this is has been debated in several jurisdictions, and the pooling, I agree with the judge, the poker dealers are definitely usually not in favor of pooling, but in many cases pooling is a very effective way to deal with the house bank games in particular.
Is this one we should ask Michael and Carol to give us some advice on? I mean, to sort of do an assessment of best practices and sort of tee up issues and give us some advice?
Yeah, I would think that would be helpful. I'd like to see who does what in what jurisdictions and the reasons behind that. That would be helpful.
But a very literal read of the section, of the first part of the section, would have me believe that this applies only to dealers. That the pooling is for dealer tips and amongst other dealers, not necessarily other employee classification. So I don't know if the concern is that this could be broader than it actually is. That is certainly the point that Commissioner McHugh makes is an interesting one. Are we distinguishing, or are they thinking that a dealer of blackjack is different from a dealer in poker? I guess, I don't know, would love a little bit more feedback. But a read of these, in my opinion, is very narrow. It's really limited only to dealers.
I think that's right.
Well, might say it, and it depends to a certain degree on what the commission would define in its if it wants to define dealers. Because obviously there's blackjack dealers, but the crap table, also dealers, so it's not necessarily particular card games either. And so this concept that's actually here, it's been my experience that this is pretty, in my opinion, pretty well written. I mean, it gives the commission a pretty solid basis to start from. It has this is a real controversial issue that if left just, it's a tough issue for the commission to resolve if it's not supported by statute. So it's just a little input from my direction. I think the statute covers it about as good as you could in a statute, in much more detail than I've seen in many cases.
Well, so you believe that dealers should pool tips, they should only, but only dealers should be compelled to pool tips by law, and that that it's appropriate for us to see who says that the commission
Shall determine.
how they are distributed. And you think that's the right way to go, but only to dealers.
The distributed point is, it has to be part of the regulation, and I think who constitutes dealers, I think the commission has flexibility. The concept of pooling, I think, is very effective, and I know it does address concepts such as withholding tax compliance issues and consistent reporting of tax on tips, so, because that can be a real controversial subject within a gaming establishment as well. So I'd say the basic things, the pooling, the supervisors are not allowed to have tips, and then the distribution at least leaves that up to the commission's discretion to draft rules. So the foundation of this, to me, is pretty effective.
But our determination could be one that, on the one end, could give the parties, say a union negotiating, representing the dealers and the employer, the ability to negotiate that, for example, or put it in their labor agreement, or all the way on the other end to be as prescriptive as possible in dictating that distribution, and anywhere in between. We could do that. This commission could do that by regulation.
From my perspective, I'm just trying to make the point that I think the essential elements for having clear requirements for the tips and how they're collected are essential to the security of the games, and I think this basics in this statutory section help that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not quite sure why it's up to us. I don't know why this wouldn't be something for the operators to work out. But let's get some advice from Michael and Carol about this. Yeah.
And also solicit advice from the unions and from
Yes,
the applicants.
especially.
I think reach out particularly to them,
Yeah.
because they have a well-formed, Director Day's given us a well-formed approach to this, and I'm sure they have well-formed approaches.
Yeah, any applicants or unions in the room, we need help from you guys to exactly tell us what it is you're trying to get at here. We can't quite figure it out. Okay, this is somewhat true of the next one too. Item 8 is reports of complimentary services. This calls for a pretty elaborate reporting service of the comps that are delivered. Both WIN and MGM called for repeal of these sections altogether as administratively burdensome, incompatible with other jurisdictions, and an invasion of customers' privacy. Have we got any more developments on this? We were looking into the New Jersey statute, which in the short form looks like it's pretty much the same thing, which would belie the concern that it's not, nobody else does this. Have we got any more information on that, on how it works?
No, I actually have reached out to Michael and Carol to be getting more information on Tuesday about how this works, but it is true that this appears to have been taken from the New Jersey statute.
Okay.
Which have been, all of their regulations have been modified in New Jersey.
This is actually a statute in
It
New
is,
Jersey,
and that remains to this day.
as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Okay, and so you've already asked Michael and Carol for advice on this?
Yes.
For comprehensive advice?
Yes.
Okay, great. Cashless wagering, apparently there's been a development. I'm going to let Todd and Rick handle this one. I mean, WIN and MGM called for repeal, and again, it's not quite clear to us what it is. We're not entirely sure what they were talking about as a cashless wagering system, or exactly what problems people had with it.
Just from my perspective, I think it is interesting that cashless wagering and rewards system, it's included in the same section, because at least based on my experience, the cashless wagering system, we even talked about that with our slot standards not that long ago as a possibility. Do we want to do just that, or do we want to do both cash and cashless wagering?
I think that is precisely why this is a concern. If we did all cashless, then it's very, very broad.
And then, of course, the slot standards, I mean, the systems can also have set your wager limits and those kind of elements right in the slot standard itself. So it's not dependent, as far as I see, on cashless wagering system. And the reward programs are pretty, I mean, those are pretty essential, viewed by most licensees, I believe, as essential to their business and ability to provide incentives and bring people in and associate with the establishment. So I just thought, as we move forward, I think the concept between cashless wagering system and tying it to a reporting requirement does seem a little unusual, and I think, at least from my perspective, it is something that may merit some kind of a clarification one way or the other.
Well, I think that this is a good reason to rethink a position of requiring that all slots be cashless.
What did you say?
You remember one draft of the slot standards had Mr. Glennon suggesting that there be no cash input into the slot machines, but rather in kiosks, say, where you could preload a card, which could make every slot machine here a cashless wagering device.
I would just step in and say, after further discussions, and we've been talking about the slots regulations at some length lately, that I think you'll see in the next draft that comes before you, that provision removed.
Great.
The cashless wagering.
Well, that's my point from before, that this language coupled with that initial draft would be, very burdensome, as per the applicants suggest here.
I think that's right. And I would just, to put a finer point on everything, I think the key issue here is in our determining what cashless wagering really is and what the scope of it is and how it's to be distinguished from rewards programs. And I think we're still educating ourselves as to how this works as a practical matter on the gaming floor. And once we figure that out, it may obviate the need to discuss some of the reporting requirements and what have you. I think part of the concern raised by some of the applicants was the fact that it was somewhat, or it is somewhat, unclear what we mean by cashless wagering. If you read the definition of cashless wagering system, it exempts ticket in, ticket out type processes. So I think we're still in the process of trying to get our arms around what exactly we mean by cashless wagering and how this section would apply to that.
There's a few clarifications, though, that I think were not reflected in the concerns that MGM and Wynn expressed. All this does is allow a gaming establishment to offer this system to individuals. If some individuals do select to participate in this cashless wagering system and manage their own betting that way, then the law requires a monthly statement to the patron and an annual report by zip code, anonymous, to the commission. So there's no information about individual betting coming to the commission. There's no requirement that they have this. It's simply that they do the cashless wagering. It's simply that they allow the system to appear. And then there's the monthly requirement, and I have no idea whether the monthly requirement is onerous or not. So we are going to continue to define cashless wagering system and understand again exactly what it is about this statute, that this section, that the applicants are concerned about, because it wasn't clear to us from the submissions what the exact problem is.
And there's another set of regulations that, all these regulations start to now affect each other, not just the slot standards and this language, but also the responsible gaming regulations. So we need to be cognizant that they begin to be very much interrelated as we move forward with this drafting.
Okay, so we don't know whether our legislative action is required on this one or not. The next one is the obligation of the licensee, when a $600 or more award is when it occurs, and the payment is being made and the tax is being taken out, to at that same time check some kind of a database to look for unpaid child support or overdue state taxes. We have talked with DOR, and is there anything new from them? I didn't read your memo, your email.
I think the bottom line with this section here, when it comes to past due child support and past due taxes, is that it seems as though that's something that the commission will be asked to keep in place, though it will likely need to be reconciled with any changes that are made to the other parts of the section, if any. For example, if the limit is moved from $600 to $1,200, and if the reporting versus withholding standard is changed, then this section here will need to be reconciled with that. So that's...
Well, I think we're clear that whichever threshold we end up using, it should be the same one. So if the legislature accepts goes with our suggestion that the threshold for W-2 be moved from $600 to $1,200, then all these other thresholds should go with it that are triggered to now to 600. I think that's pretty straightforward. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But even if we change the threshold, we're not sure that there is a system, that there will be a system in place where on a real-time basis, the person who's getting the payment of the $1,200 can be checked to see whether or not they've got a deadbeat dad obligation or an unpaid tax obligation. At the moment, the Commonwealth can't do that. They don't have the ability to do it.
Yes.
They say that within a couple of years they will, but we don't know for sure when that would happen. So if they don't have the ability to do it at this point, I think having somebody check a paper file that's a month old or a couple of weeks old is horrifying. So they are, and if they can't do it on a real-time basis like that when the payment is being made with 99.9% accuracy, then I think we would have to strongly urge that this be changed at a minimum.
What does the lottery do we know?
Well, it's very different because it's not a real-time payment.
I understand that, but what do?
They do it.
But do they look at a book that's a month old? Or do they go online someplace?
No, they look at a book that may be actually at more than one book, and that's another important part here. You mentioned some kind of database, Mr. Chairman. It may be more than one, because social services may maintain a list that's updated in some with some regularity. But DOR does a separate one for tax purposes.
DOR does both.
They do both?
DOR is the agency that oversees the payment and collection of child support.
Okay.
Same agency.
All right. Well,
And what's the threshold for the lottery?
$600.
600.
No, I agree that it's I agree that it's a different animal. But so if they do books or a book, and it's out of date, it doesn't make any sense. It seems to me we ought to, if the Commonwealth is really serious about this, then as they are, then and this has been in place for ages. the notion that you collect taxes and overdue child support before certain payments are made, then they ought to create a reporting system that makes it capable of achievement. So I fully agree that we ought to ask for a suspension of this until they get something that's practical.
Like an instant background check for firearms, that kind of a system.
Right.
Yeah, this would be even simpler, social security number and amount owed, or social security and driver's license number and amount owed.
And there are jurisdictions that do it, and we know that it can be done, and it is done. It's not totally out of the realm of the norm. And we're looking into, apparently Louisiana has a pretty good system. So we're looking into, DOR is looking into how this is done in other jurisdictions, and will get back to us and tell us how they think they can do it and when. But the bottom line is on 2 scores. One is the threshold, and 2 is how this system operates. I think this is something that we will need to weigh in on.
Right.
And I don't know if we're gonna, I guess I'm getting a sense here of the commission that, that we are supportive of the notion, but will require that somehow or other the actual implementation of it is coordinated between DOR and the legislature.
Until technology catches up with us, is there at least a way for, I don't know how DOR maybe breaks out their list, but you always hear reference to the top 10 worst offenders. I mean, are there a way we could target the worst of the worst, so to speak?
Because if that was not accurate, that could change monthly.
Yeah, no, I think the issue is not about relative offense, it's about operational capability and being able to check instantly or as quickly as possible.
But you would usually find someone who's got I'm assuming, I'm not speaking from experience, obviously, but somebody who's got a higher level of threshold of stuff due as opposed to $200 or $300, but somebody who's in the thousands, I would think that would rise to a different level of concern for the folks at DOR that at least tackling those worst cases, I'd rather have them start there.
I think it's worth looking at. It's an interesting idea. I think you're probably right. The chances that late Friday afternoon somebody who's really been bad will run in and the database isn't up to date on Sunday isn't very great. So it's worth talking with them to see whether or not there could be such a thing. That would be one way to sort of give a message too that we're supportive of the principle, but await the full implementation.
Yeah.
We'll talk to them about it.
This is an editorial sidebar. The people at the top of that, some of the people at the top of that list may be broke,
Maybe.
not really bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but if they win, but that's not really the issue.
No, I understand it. That's why it was an editorial sidebar. We were talking about them as all the worst of the worst.
Oh, okay.
There are some people that have run into problems in life out there too.
Biggest amounts of money, not worse.
Right.
Okay, so we know where to move on that. So which one? Oh, and then 52, section 52, my item number 11, the reports of winnings in excess of 600. Again, same thing. I think we all agree that the threshold needs to be standardized.
Right.
And we think that this one would apply to table games, and that would be virtually impossible to implement at any threshold, right? Because you wouldn't. There's no cumulative.
No.
There's no cumulative recording system.
For the, right.
Is there a way that, or is there a read that, for table game play, the reporting only happens when a customer cashes out, not necessarily every time they play one hand or another?
Even the cashing out doesn't necessarily accurately capture what a person's income is.
Right. That's true.
So that's part of it.
Because you have to also record the cashing in, how much they started with.
Right.
Yeah, this could be a real operational burden or impossibility.
I was just checking back to see what Wynn and MGM had said about this. I thought they had something other than just the administrative problem.
Well, there's a huge administrative problem in here which ties back into what's the definition of a winning, right? I mean, that's the ongoing thread that we've been thinking about in sort of an overlay context. If you put $50 in a slot machine and you play for half an hour or 40 minutes, and during that 40 minutes you've won $800 and you've lost $900, and so you've won $800 and you've lost it. So at the end of the 40 minutes, you've got zero on that ticket that comes out. Have you
Won
won
anything?
$800 for purposes of this? I mean, and that's, it seems to me, that how one resolves questions like that determines a part of the administrative burden that flows from complying with this.
Well, if you take out the table game, are you talking about table games or slots or anything?
I'm talking about any of them, really, but the same principle applies in the table game.
Well, the table games, I think, is because it's an ongoing, you've got other players, you have to stop everybody.
No, I understand, but you've got discrete incidents. It may be more of an administrative burden there because of that, but you've got discrete elements. Every time the roulette wheel spins is another game, conceivably. Just as every slot game. And it strikes me that they both pose administrative. You get up from one slot machine, you go to another slot machine. How do you follow people around to know what? You can solve a lot of this, I suppose, through regulation, but it's not easy.
That gets into the next issue, I think, which is why on the federal level, they only make you report at $1,200, and you can offset your losses.
Right.
That's how you account for
$1,200
that.
net, right.
So you have a kind of more of a distinct transaction at a slot machine, I guess the theory would be, much like a scratch ticket or winning a lottery game or something like that, as opposed to table games, which are more fluid. But it really is the total process that the federal statute puts in place, which sets it just a reporting, and then you're allowed to offset. So you can really accurately capture what a person's income is, and that's really the bottom line. And that's the flaw with the Massachusetts system.
How administratively operators comply with that statute, though, would give us some clues as to the direction that's possible in complying with this if certain parameters were changed, i.e. it was net and the limits were higher. Because the same problems would exist, maybe not as frequently, but the same problems would exist.
Well, I think that's right. I think if you're saying that even if the Mass model were changed to the federal model,
Right.
and that a $1,200 win, so to speak, at a slot machine were reported to DOR or to the DTA, that may not accurately reflect what that individual won.
Right.
They may have really lost $5,000. They had won $1,200 win. So DTA or DOR or whomever would just know that at some point in time that person had $1,200. So yes, there are flaws, I guess, with that as well.
But all I'm saying is that casino operators have been living with the federal model, reporting model, for a long time, and how they live with it and deal with it. If we found that out, we'd at least.
But it doesn't apply to table games, that's the problem. If this only applied to slots.
Right.
Then, and it was $1,200 threshold, then it would not be a problem for the
But does that
license holders to
mean
do it.
the end of the
I don't know
time
if
at the
that's-
casino that day?
No, it's every time, if it
Every
applies
time
to
there's a bid.
slots, this is the way it is now. Anytime you win $1,200 or more, the machine freezes up, the bell starts ringing, you either have to go to a place or somebody comes to you, usually somebody comes to you, and they make sure you are who you say you are, they get a government ID, and they give you a W-2. That happens today, every time over $1,200. Now, the good news for that person today is for the feds,
They
you
can
can offset, right. But that's a policy decision that the legislature will have to make. With So that can be, if we move it to 1,200, that can be done, no problem. That's not an imposition on anybody. They're doing it now. But table games is a whole different
No, no,
story.
I-
you know?
I-
So I think where we come down on this is that change the threshold and eliminate table games. I mean, it's just virtually, it's just inconceivable to think of trying to do it in table games.
Absolutely.
You know, you have to, the whole table shuts down. Everybody else sits there. Just doesn't make any sense at all. So again, we're going to open this up for comments to people, but I think I think relative to table games, they're right on with this one. So 1,200 and table games. Okay. The next one, number 12, is section 56 C, D, and E. This is basically, was this both win to, forget who all was objecting to this, but it's in the background. But basically, this is objecting to the amount of money and the open-ended nature of the amount of money that the commission can assess its operating costs willy-nilly on the license holders. Whatever that operating cost is, we have the opportunity above the $600. We have the opportunity, right, to assess the license holders. And secondly, we have the Public Health Trust Fund with a minimum of $5 million annually. It's starting at some point, which I think we've now determined would be 2016 so far. I don't think the legislature is going to be interested in changing either of those, and I don't think I would recommend that the legislature change either of those. I think the independence that we have of assessing our costs as opposed to going to the legislature was one of the ways the legislature gave us independence from any kind of political interference. And there's no way they're going to want to take on the responsibility of an appropriation. On the $5 million, I think we will not have any need to go above that, given that there's going to be a $5 million plus 5% of the gross gaming revenue is going to come into the Public Health Trust Fund. But I don't see any reason for fixing that at a cap at $5 million. I do think, and we've already talked about this, that it does make perfectly good sense to have the license holders have an opportunity to understand where our budget comes from, and maybe even somehow or other to have some kind of an early stage review at it. I mean, I think that's totally fair. I mean, if we were really being profligate, and I mean profligate, not like the BBJ article, they had every right to express concern about that. So I think we should accommodate their concern that this is just an ATM, but I do not think that we should bring it up with the legislature, nor do I think the legislature would have any interest at all in discussing it.
I agree. I agree with all of that. These are slightly unusual. We've talked a lot about this in a prior meeting relative to Commission's budget, and these are unusual years because there's a lot of upfront costs. But as we tighten up our budget formulation, our projections, and make them available for input, and I think it would be very important, to communicate to our applicants or eventually to our licensees. Mr. Chairman, you've talked about something that I believe Massport does, because they have a similar situation in terms of assessing a lot of their costs on the airlines. There's a group, an outside group, an advisory group that has the airlines that look at the budget formulation and et cetera. So we could replicate that model.
I gave that point to Director Day and I think to Director Lennon to talk to Massport about how they do that.
Right.
So I think we're clear on that we're not going to.
In addition, and I know Director Lennon is also looking at this. Comparison to other jurisdictions is always key.
Yeah.
There's jurisdictions that have a cap based on the level of activity. I'm remembering Pennsylvania, 1.5% of gross gaming revenue. Again, these are unusual years for us because there's no gross gaming revenue yet, but as we formulate those kinds of discussions about budget and things like that, parameters from other states are also going to be very helpful.
Right, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's important for the applicants to know that we are using similar agencies as one of the benchmarks for how we establish. There's no reason why we should be, substantially different from similar agencies. Defining what's similar is a little bit of a task, but we are being mindful of this issue, of this concern.
So I agree with not recommending any changes, provided that we have some kind of a reviewing advisory panel that solicits or directly obtains the input of the applicants, as well as some other thoughtful people in the community.
Right.
Makes sense.
Okay. Number 13 is the issue we've talked about, which is the withholding taxes on $600 or greater. We've talked at that ad nauseum. Parity of tax rate. This is MGM and Wynn expressing concern that if the travel casino is authorized, that would throw a monkey wrench in everybody's competitive situation. What my conclusion on this is, we know that's an issue, we know it's a problem. Nobody's more concerned about it than we are, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. But at the moment, there's nothing for us to do. Nobody's going to guarantee, making the tax rate the same as the travel tax rate. So I think there's nothing for us to do but just to watch how this unfolds and react to the circumstantial changes as they happen.
The biggest swing in terms of this tax rate relative to the tribal here is not between 25% and 17%. It is, in my opinion, between 17% and zero.
Right, absolutely.
Or actually, 25 and 0. So as we continue to think about and eventually decide as to whether to award a commercial license or not, that's the piece that we control. Or not, we'll see. But it's something that is further down the road on the one hand, and something that we need to be prepared for in terms to analyze now how all of these operations start to affect each other. But I agree fundamentally with the notion here. There's nothing we could guarantee, or this legislature could guarantee relative to the difference between 25 and 17%, for example.
So we're not deciding anything about
We're not.
that, except that we're not in favor of recommending a parity between the commercial and tribal tax rate, right?
We cannot.
Right, and we're not in favor of recommending anything, right, to the legislature on this issue at this point.
Right.
Number 15, I don't think we have, do we have anything more, Todd, to report?
I'd like to just circle
about-
back on that one if I could later.
All right, you want to just explain again quickly what the issue was?
There's a provision in the statute that prohibits anyone except for the gaming licensee from issuing credit at a gaming establishment. And we're just trying to get a clear understanding of any negative consequences that could, unintended, that could flow from that. For example, whether it would somehow prohibit the use of ATMs or credit cards or something like that.
Right, I don't think, we didn't know, at least originally, we didn't know exactly what MGM was getting at.
We're working on that.
Yeah, okay, so we'll keep working on 15. And then 16 came not from our applicants, but rather from a variety of other interest groups, and that is the concern about Corey. You've seen the recommendation from Michael and Carol. Michael and Carol's judgment is that using their view of common sense, good judgment, good policy, and industry standards, that it would make sense to go to the support a movement in the legislature to modify the automatic disqualifications for non-gaming employees, essentially.
Gaming service.
Right. And I'm awaiting, I don't know whether you've come to a conclusion, whether you think that's what you would recommend or what, but that's where we stand at the moment.
So the recommendations that Michael and Carol gave sound sound. I haven't had a chance to discuss it with Commissioner Stebbins as of yet, but based on the information that they've provided regarding other jurisdictions and the focus on the gaming service employees, I would agree with at least one of their recommendations.
Yeah. So, but we'll wait for you guys to give us a formal proposal, and I'd like to know what the other groups. I mean, it'd be nice if we had a united front. That if we have multiple approaches here, it's going to be tougher sell. But if everybody's on the same page, all the way, including like the Penn Nationals of the world, and the Gaming Commission, and the Quarry Reform people, then we might have a shot at getting it through.
And today, Mr. Chairman, your question to Penn National, I think, is the first time we've actually heard from the applicant on this issue. But certainly, I think in the category ones, you know, looking at their hiring requirements of immediate communities, that you know, we certainly want to have their input. And obviously, they're operating in these other jurisdictions that Michael and Carol allude to, but be interested in getting their feedback as to this provision in Massachusetts.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that their second recommendation was one we should consider at this time,
Right.
case-by-case basis for the lower, the gaming employee.
Right. So hopefully by either the 17th or our first meeting in May, we can have a recommendation.
Great. Okay. So I think what I would like to do, and let me just think this through. What I would like to do is rewrite this a little bit to make it reflect what we've talked about, and advise where we do not believe that there needs to be legislative involvement. This is just our advice. They'll do what they want, but this is our suggestion. And say where we will be back to them with a commission recommendation, which we're not ready to give yet. Except we're ready to say, wherever the threshold is, it should be for everything that requires a threshold. You know, what's now 600, if it gets changed, everything should get changed to the new threshold. I think that's one we're already clear on. And I don't know that we need to vote on that particularly, although we can if you want.
Well, we can vote on it when the entire package comes back.
All right, so after I rewrite this, then we'll vote on it. Okay,
Right.
fine.
I've forgotten, have we, in the position we've taken vis-à-vis the $600, have we said we ought to go to 12 for reporting and 5,000 for withholding, which is the federal standard?
We
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. And there's a withholding, if you're not a citizen, there's a withholding at 1,200 too, right? Is that right?
If you're not a citizen of Massachusetts or the...
No, if you're not a state, if you're not a resident, there's a withholding at 1,200 too, I think, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
Well,
well,
we'll
whatever
check,
the
whatever.
federal, go with the federal standard, whatever it
Okay.
is, so.
All right.
Okay, so I will redraft and circulate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of work
Yeah,
went
that's
into
fine.
this,
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
well
it's good.
prepared.
No,
Good.
no,
Nice
Very
work,
helpful.
Todd
Good.
and Artem.
Yeah.
good, thank you.
I agree.
Thank you. Okay, what's next? Well, let's see, it's 12:15. We're on this new schedule. Which items are we on?
I think we should take a lunch break very
I
soon.
think probably before we do City of Boston, we probably ought to take a break. So, does everybody agree with that? Now, we've never had a lunch break here when we haven't
Right.
had lunch available.
There's
Right
a food
through
court.
right
There's a
downstairs
food
and
court,
through,
yeah.
there's a whole
Okay,
food
fine,
court.
all right, great. So is an hour,
More than
less?
Should be fine.
45 minutes if we're
45?
good.
All right, so we will be back here at 1 o'clock and pick up with item number 4, legal report, starting with City of Boston. Everybody ready? You guys ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are reconvening at 1 o'clock on April 3rd, the 116th meeting of the Mass Gaming Commission, and we are at item 4, the legal report. Where is Catherine?
Right here. She's right there.
Right there.
Here, with Mr. Grossman.
She moved.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. The first item in our section is the City of Boston update. So I have a couple of matters we'd like to bring before you. By way of background, as you will recall from our last meeting, we had set out a process for a hearing on some of the issues raised by the City of Boston. In the middle of the week after that meeting, we got a very late sort of filed memo from the city that we wanted some time to consider. And given that, we took the hearing we had scheduled for, it would have been today, April 3rd, off the table. I did have the opportunity, however, to meet with the applicants and the city on March 26th, and we discussed the fact that at today's meeting, the commission may want to discuss the process to address the city's concerns going forward. I also did advise the parties that it would be good to exchange documents where they could, because the city had issued a document request to both applicants. And I am pleased to report that the applicants and the city are exchanging documents. They have put a fair number on the table between last week and today.
Both applicants?
Both applicants, yes, and so the parties seem to be making some progress in getting the kinds of information that they need from one another. So I am very pleased with that. I think the parties have made a good effort in that regard, and I did want to let the commission know that that's ongoing and the parties are working on that. The second part of what we discussed at the last meeting was what kind of a process did we want to have to address some of those issues. And you will see in your book a memo from me and Mr. Grossman regarding a process where we can have input from a number of parties and we can address some of the issues that were raised. So I think we can have Mr. Grossman go through it in general, but more likely we would like to discuss it with the commission, any questions or concerns that you have. So Todd, if you want to just lay out the general process we have here.
The process we've laid out here hits on a couple of different issues. The first is setting the issue that is before the commission and recalibrating that to ensure that the commission is focusing on the right section of the law. And the second is determining what the best process is to resolve that issue. So what we talk about here are a couple of things. First of all, paragraph 1, we think it's important, and we would recommend that the notice of adjudicatory hearing that was previously issued on March 21st be withdrawn, and that the adjudicatory proceeding be canceled. That way there will be no misunderstanding as to the commission's present plans as far as this issue is concerned. The second thing is in establishing what the issue actually is. And what we have laid out for you here are the two issues that we believe to actually be before the commission. And that is that the commission has to determine the premises of the gaming establishment for which both Mohegan Sun, Massachusetts LLC, and for which Wynn Mass LLC seeks approval in their RFA2 application. And the reason why we've identified these as the issues is because these indeed are the threshold issues. That is, they're the first questions that really need to be answered before the commission can resolve the questions that the city of Boston has raised as to whether it is or is not a host community. And the reason for that is that the term gaming establishment itself is contained within the definition of the term host community. Both terms are defined under Chapter 23K, Section 2, and they're included here in the memo. So the bottom line is, in a situation like this, it would be impossible to determine whether a community is in fact a host community without first determining what the gaming establishment is. So that's why we have pinpointed these two questions as the issues. And of course, each of the applicants, both Mohegan Sun and Wynn, have submitted RFA2 applications in which they have laid out to a degree what they believe the gaming establishment to be. Any questions?
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying, and I totally agree with it, and I think you've helped us focus this issue properly. But the city is looking to nickel and dime issues, and I just wonder, this says determine the premises of the gaming establishment for which Mohegan Sun seeks approval. In the RFA2, does the RFA2 somewhere actually say we seek approval of a gaming establishment? Is there an actual antecedent to this in the RFA2 application?
I don't believe there's any specific question where we ask, what do you believe the gaming establishment is? But if you hearken back to the Category 2 process, you actually made a determination as to what the gaming establishment was relative to the Penn National application. And in fact, in that case, it was based upon the contents of the RFA2 application. It includes a number of things, the site plan and any other a number of items that are contained in the application. And that's ultimately, after discussion, how you came to the determination as to what the gaming establishment was in the case of the slot parlor in Plainville.
I wonder whether it would be helpful to say, as I said, I know what you're saying, I totally agree with it, but if something like determine the premises of the gaming establishment encompassed by the gaming license, which the Mohegan Sun is applying for in its RFA2. Because they're applying for a license, and that is definitely mentioned, and it just might make a tighter logical flow.
It is, we could do that. It is, you know, it is, the gaming establishment is encompassed in the license that they are applying for. So if you feel that makes it clearer, we can certainly add that kind of language in there. But what is in the RFA2 is one set of information that the commission may want to consider. As you see, as we go through the process, you'll see that there will be other information available to the commission as well, and you will consider it all together as it comes in from various sources.
Let me just come in here with a fact, and that is that question 4-79 in the application reads, provide documentation showing the location of the proposed gaming establishment, including all amenities and significant structures. And it seems to me that this question, therefore, is directly tied to that question. And that question, in turn, is directly tied to the definition of a host community and a gaming establishment. So it seems to me that we are asking, essentially, to talk about the gaming establishment that the applicant has, in fact, proposed in its RFA2 application, and that this question is framed with that thought in mind.
And it doesn't open a sliver for anybody to...
I think it does not. Okay. It offers an opportunity for anybody who believes that that there's some ambiguity there to say where the ambiguity is. It offers an opportunity for the applicant to cinch down what it meant by its answer to question 479. It is, but it's directly tied into what's in the application.
Okay, fine. What sources of information are available for the parties to determine the premises? Is it, what sources, well, I guess that's what sources of information?
Well, our application, the information in that particular
479.
question, a great deal of that is available on our website. There may be information that the parties feel is applicable through the exchange of documents that they are making with each other. There could be other publicly available information that they would like to consider. They may have other ideas on what kind of information they want to include. So all of those things would be put together into the forms of what we call in here a brief or some sort of a memorandum that they could submit to the commission for its review.
This is really designed to meet the breadth of the city's position and explore it. I mean, up until the day before we were going to hold the last hearing, and I'll come back to this later, we thought this was a much narrower focused deal. A much narrower focused question. Then when we got the city's declaration / request, that was orders of magnitude broader than anything that certainly I had envisioned. And now this is an opportunity to tell us what you think is relevant. These are the questions. Tell us what you think is relevant, and from whatever source, in the broadest possible policymaking / legislative range, and we'll resolve it. That's the approach.
Could we let Attorney Grossman continue with the summary of the process? Because I think we're already, getting a little bit into what's later in the document. And I think for the record and for the audience, it's very important. So I would like to continue hearing the summary.
The process, so moving away from the issue for a moment and talking about the process we are proposing is one that is legislative and administrative in nature and not adjudicatory. So to be clear, if the commission were to adopt this approach, there would be no adjudicatory proceeding under Chapter 30A. There would be what is referred to as a legislative proceeding that the commission would conduct in a manner in which it conducts all of its business on a routine basis, and in which frequently it solicits public comment and seeks to afford interested individuals an opportunity to express their different points of view and help guide the decisions of the commission. And at its core, that's exactly what this process would entail. So for starters, we would recommend that the two issues, once they're agreed upon, be placed upon the commission's agenda for its May 1st meeting.
Agreed upon by the commission.
Agreed upon by the commission, yes. Ultimately, it's up to the commission to try to focus what the issue is. And here we're suggesting it would be essentially in determining what the premises of the gaming establishment are. They would go on the agenda for the May 1st meeting, which would also include the rest of whatever the procedure is right on the meeting agenda, laying out what the particulars will be. It would afford interested individuals an opportunity to submit a memorandum or some kind of brief by April 17th. That's 2 weeks, by 5 o'clock. The intent being to include whatever necessary to help the commission in its discussion in resolving these questions. They may include things like citation to legal authorities. They should include things like the reasons, of course, why the individual or group has taken the position they have. It should either attach or reference certain documents that they believe support their position, and include any other relevant information they believe to support their position. And again, all of this would be designed to aid the commission in reaching its ultimate decision as to what the premises of these respective gaming establishments are. Immediately, the day after the memoranda or briefs are due, they would be posted on our website for all to see. We would then allow a 1-week period for anybody who wants to submit a reply memorandum or brief responding to any of the arguments or positions taken in any of the initial briefs. The reply memoranda or brief should be limited to those particular issues, so someone couldn't come in after the fact and submit a whole brief outlining their full position on the issue. And again, those would have to be or should be posted on the Commission's website for all to see. We've set out some process here by which they could be submitted to the Commission. This is a rigid process. It has definite deadlines. There's little discretion built into those particular deadlines, so I would just point that out. If someone were to miss a deadline, that there would be no brief that would be, or memoranda that would be accepted from that particular individual. That an individual need not have submitted an initial brief to submit a reply brief, so someone could just read through the initial briefs that were submitted and choose to submit a reply brief relative to an issue or position taken in one of those briefs, and that would be okay. And ultimately, on May 1st, when the Commission meets to discuss these issues, what the gaming establishments are, the premises of the gaming establishments, that individuals who submitted a brief, whether or a memo, either initial or in reply fashion, would be invited to present or make a presentation to the commission, which we also set parameters for, 30 minutes for individuals or groups representing either a municipality or the applicants, and 15 minutes for anyone else. We believe that it's paragraph 10, we've built in a provision that would allow the commission discretion to take in and hear any information ultimately that it deems relevant or necessary to reaching the ultimate conclusion. That is the bottom line here, that you have whatever information before you that you need to make these decisions. So to the extent that there is a document or piece of information or an individual you'd like to hear from, that you have the discretion to bring that person in or bring that piece of information in or request that document from any person or individual, whether a municipality or otherwise. And that ultimately, after the discussion at the meeting, the commission will make a decision, a determination as to what the gaming establishments are. And the host community determination flows organically or as a matter of law from there. Once, if you read the definitions, you see that the host community by law is a municipality in which a gaming establishment is located or in which an applicant has proposed locating a gaming establishment. So once you determine what the gaming establishment is, the question is, as a matter of law, essentially answered as to which community or communities are the host communities. So that's the process that we would recommend that you engage in. We believe it provides structure to the process that you engage in on a regular basis. It offers any interested individual a fair opportunity to express their views and opinions and attempt to offer the commission assistance in making these decisions.
I like the process as you've had it laid out. I think it gives, as you just pointed out, it gives us more flexibility. It certainly gives more opportunities for public input, public comments via email, letters, what have you. Were you looking, I mean, obviously, I would endorse going in this direction. Do you also need some type of motion or a vote to withdraw the notice of the adjudicatory hearing, or are we just doing that by simply adopting this process?
Probably both, I would say.
Yeah, I think having a formal vote certainly clarifies it. So it would be appropriate to vote on it, and then we would just formally withdraw it. We did issue it per instructions of the commission at the last meeting, so I think it would be appropriate to have a vote to withdraw it.
We could combine, could we not, the vote, a single vote to adopt this protocol, and that includes it. I mean, we could do it either as a separate vote or by adopting this in effect.
We could do that, yes.
And then, just to be clear, we would essentially take these, whatever the commission settles on, and put them in the meeting notice for May 1st.
Now,
Well, we would, if we adopted this today, we would post this tomorrow because it's got pre-meeting notice. I mean, not a number of pre-meeting deadlines.
Yes,
Yes.
we would certainly publicize this, and then it would be contained in the meeting notice for May 1st.
a minor point, but it comes at the end of the memo here. It says after the hearing concludes, the commission will issue findings. And I'm talking, this is in reference to the May 1st hearing, assuming that, you know, everything goes well with the schedule. Is that a separate day? Or is it at, is it understood that it might be at that meeting?
The commission has a choice. If you are done deliberating at that meeting and you're ready to take a vote and issue findings, you can. If the commission feels it needs more time, or say it determines it needs more information, it can certainly do that and then take it up at a later day. It really is where you are comfortable, and based on the information that you have, you can make that determination.
So when it says after the hearing concludes, does that mean after the public comment?
It would mean on May 1st, when you are done hearing the oral arguments from the
Right.
parties who've opted to speak.
Okay. Well, after,
Oh, go ahead.
well, after the hearing concludes, then we'll deliberate, and then. we
Yes,
issue
and then you'll,
findings.
this process will work very much like the process you used for the evaluation of the Category 2. So in that situation, you had presentations that were made, and then you deliberated in public, and then you came to a determination in public and issued your decision.
Yeah.
We can certainly create written findings based upon your deliberations at some later point, but your decision will come in public.
Again, I was just looking for technicalities that somebody might quibble about. After the hearing, section number 11 says, after the hearing concludes, the commission will issue findings. I guess what we mean is after the hearing concludes, the commission will deliberate, make a decision, and eventually issue findings. Anybody else?
Yeah, I wanted to say that come back to the point I was making a minute ago about the adjudicatory hearing versus this process. And when we discussed at the last meeting, as we did an adjudicatory hearing, and we talked about the concern that if we had an adjudicatory hearing, we had to deliberate in private, or we didn't have to, and we agreed that if we had an adjudicatory hearing, we'd deliberate in public. The whole concept of an adjudicatory hearing, which I've favored, was based on the premise that we were dealing with a relatively narrow set of issues that were intensely fact-bound and dealt with such things as the metes and bounds of the property lines and where the entrance was and the like. We're still dealing with that. But the day before the hearing, when the city announced a much, much broader definition of what it believed a host community consisted of, that struck me as a game changer in terms of the kind of process you needed in order to deal with it. It's not the kind of thing that an adjudicatory proceeding in the traditional sense of the word is really the best equipped to deal with. We're talking about policy determinations, we're talking about non-factual things, we're talking about things that don't involve examination and cross-examination. So it seems to me that very thoughtfully the proposal withdraws that in light of changed circumstances and the changed issues and the need to give a speedy but deliberate and thorough, wide-ranging canvas of the arguments and issues that people raise with us, and then come to a conclusion. This is a better format to do it, and so I fully endorse the pulling back of the adjudicatory process and substituting this process in its stead. I think the public will be better served, we will be, and the applicants will as well.
And the city.
And I'm sorry, yes, the city as well.
Okay, well, that's helpful, because I was going to ask why, so that's helpful. Good.
Yeah, I agree, and I would also emphasize something you mentioned, which is that this process is very much consistent with the way we have made, large and small decisions in the past, under the jurisdiction of the commission. So I am also very much in favor of notifying all the parties, and all interested groups as soon as possible that we adopt something very much like the process outlined here.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I think it's a straightforward document. It clearly lays out the steps, the involvement of all participants, and I certainly endorse it as well.
Can you, John or Rick, can you walk through the schedule? So assume that we decide on the first for the sake of discussion. Then, so where are we? Lay out the schedule from there.
Yeah.
So if we decide on the first, and if, let me go both ways. If we decide on the first and Boston is a surrounding community to both facilities, that would begin the 30 days worth of negotiation by the parties. At the conclusion of those 30 days, roughly around June 1st, then the parties begin the arbitration process. They select their arbitrators within 5 working days. After those 5 working days, there's 20 days for arbitration. At the conclusion of those 20 days, if there are any requests for Commission's determination of whether or not there is a fundamental inconsistency with the statute. The commission would then thereby have a hearing within 3 days after that deadline. 5 days after that, after those 3 deadlines, then the report would be final. I think Executive Director Day is counting those days, but at the end of that period, let's say roughly 30 days negotiations, 36 or 7 days of total arbitration, then we would be able to conclude the host community hearing. So roughly 2 days after the host community hearing, we would be able to, after 2 days after the final decision, we could close the host community hearing.
Sorry, 2 days after the final decision.
After the final decision on the
arbitration.
On the arbitration, on the final award of the arbitration, we could close the hearing, and then we can make an award no sooner than 30 days after that date.
So we're talking August.
That is correct. In the alternative, if Boston is determined to be a host community, all of that goes by the wayside. And then the earliest, you have a host community agreement, if that's executed in expeditious form, the earliest a referendum could occur would be 60 to 90 days after that, and then the submissions thereafter, but, substantially longer, obviously.
And without arbitration, that's what, 36 or 7 days sooner?
Without arbitration, 36 to 7 days sooner, correct.
But the time, we have to think about the timeline today, but I'm very concerned, I must say, based on the comments that we heard at the surrounding community meetings we held last week, 2 weeks ago, about the 30 days and then arbitration begins, period. I heard in those meetings 2 things. I heard substantive concerns, and they were articulately expressed. But I also heard concerns about not having been heard. And I think that the process that the city's used since October has not engaged the community in a way that allows community input into the negotiations and thought and exchange with the applicants that is needed in order to come up with constructive solutions to manifest issues that are real and significant that they discussed. And I don't see any evidence that there's been any actual negotiations as opposed to jockeying about information. I have substantial concerns about whether it's fair to give the 30 days only before arbitration begins if it turns out that the city is a surrounding community. Fair not to the city as an entity. I mean, they made this bed. I recognize that an election took place. I recognize we have a new administration. I recognize that the changes have to be made and adjustments have to be made for differing outlooks. But still, I look at the people most affected by this in the 2 communities and wonder, and if they, not wonder, believe they haven't had a sufficient opportunity to be heard by their own representatives and participate with their own representatives in trying to craft something, if it can be crafted, that will satisfy their concerns. So I'm not sure that we need to decide it today, or what we do in that event, but I would hope that we wouldn't decide today that 30 days after May 1, if that's the day we make this decision, and if this decision is that Boston's a surrounding community, that arbitration would begin. At least I'd like to leave that open.
That arbitration would begin?
Right. So, in other words, if we decide on, as John laid out the scenario under the present schedule, if we decided on May 1 that Boston was a surrounding community as to either of these proposals, Then Boston would have 30 days to negotiate with the applicant on a surrounding community agreement. Failing that, the arbitration process would begin. Now, they could negotiate during the next 30 days.
So are you saying you hope we don't agree to that, or you hope we do agree to that?
I hope we do not bind ourselves to that. I would
Okay,
like
all
to
right, that's
see,
what I thought you
frankly, potentially, I'd like to have us discuss, and maybe discuss with representatives of the city or whoever, whether that 30-day period before the arbitration process kicks in is enough. And if not, why not? And if not, what is? To come up with some negotiations that involve the groups in the city.
So you-
I don't want to decide the issue today.
No.
I just don't want to
No.
rule that out
No.
today.
Giving
I don't think anybody's.
your idea is giving a window of time a little bit longer than the 30-day window between, again, if Boston is seen as a surrounding community, the applicant and those individual neighborhoods to have a more thoughtful deliberation as to what components of a surrounding community
Right.
agreement would be. Okay.
We heard virtually every presenter from one of the communities, Charlestown, on the night we held that meeting, saying, as presently constituted, we're opposed to this proposal. Not never. And I took from that, and from other things, that there really hasn't been any dialogue on what's the alternative to as presently constituted. And there were some questions that could be answered.
I had another question for you, John, relative to the ongoing trials and tribulations we've had about exchanges of information between the two applicants in the city of Boston. From your view, is that happening? Are parties being responsible? I don't want to get to May 1st and, the flag goes up that we're still looking for information.
I'm going to let Catherine weigh in, but I know that there were deliveries as of yesterday. I don't think that we've had the ability to view what was submitted in response to the April 3rd deadline.
Excuse me, on that point, I think it is if we do go forward with something like this, it is important that we stay on top of making that, because we don't want to get told on May 1st, we can't give you our presentation because we didn't get the information we needed, and Commissioner McHugh has always said maybe we have to someday weigh in on telling who gets what. So I think you guys should monitor that in real time and make sure that issue's off the table before we get to our.
I would really like to jump in here because on that topic. Paragraph 8 of this 7 of this proposal says that any time before the conclusion of the hearing, the commission may request the city or the applicants or any other person to provide the commission with documents the commission believes would be helpful in determining the location of the proposed gaming establishment. There are documents that would be helpful in answering the question that we have framed, and we choose those documents. I mean, they may be the same as some of the documents that have been exchanged between the Boston and the applicants, but it's not necessarily necessary to get all of those documents exchanged before we can make this determination. The second piece is what documents are reasonably necessary to exchange for the host or surrounding community process to go forward. And that is where I think we really need to look at it and to monitor the process. But that really is on a separate track, it seems to me, and we ought not confuse the two, because it's not up to any individual to determine whether there's enough information for us to make a decision. We decide that.
Right.
That's
well,
right.
they're going to say we don't have the information to make our submission.
I
to make our
understand.
argument.
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
But I don't have any problem with not committing ourselves. I'm very concerned about the time, and as I know you are, and we have repeatedly not gotten involved on the local levels. We've said the law says that the locals can do these things, and how much if the city isn't capable of talking with its constituents in the way that it should be, I'm not sure it's our job to fix that, given the whole history here. But I understand your point, and I'm open-minded to. I certainly would keep it open until the time comes. and we can think about the time. But I would also admonish the city to do what we've said to every other city and every other host community, or every other contested community has had to do the awkward but doable process of pursuing two tracks. One is to oppose, and the other is to negotiate, and try to do both at the same time, and many of them have done it. And I don't see why we shouldn't expect the city to do it too, rather than penalize everybody else, to make up for their intransigence. But having said that, I would think the door should stay open.
And I think that's the ultimately the real what we're really talking about here in terms of schedule is that at a minimum, it slipped already until around August. It could be longer. We may decide that we may have a role in deciding how much longer, or we may not. But our current schedule, or our recent schedule relative to meeting this fiscal year in terms of award of the license is effectively now slipped. And we're looking at, an early date of August or thereabouts for award of a license in that region.
Yeah, I mean, we would have been making this decision next month if it weren't for this process. And, I think we're bending over backwards to give the city a fair opportunity, a very fair opportunity to make its case, and compromising a lot of other parties to do it, particularly the ones who are invested in the time. But I think it's the right thing to do, but I hope everybody will be mindful that a big price is being paid by a lot of people to try to accommodate the city's concerns. I had one other question. Is it anticipated that our staff would do a filing under this schedule of briefs? Are you thinking that you all will weigh in with an opinion?
I don't anticipate a separate filing. We will review all of the materials that are filed, and we can certainly help to try and condense or summarize that for the commission if there are commissioners that would like that. But I didn't anticipate a separate filing by staff, no.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's it. Oh, I think you made it essentially a requirement that we invite everybody who has submitted a memorandum to speak. Do we want to do that? It says should. I mean, do we want to say may? I mean, is it a decision that we want to make now to guarantee that everybody who submits gets to speak?
This is in the form of a recommendation to us, and that's why the should language is there. When this is, if this is approved, then the language, some of the language would be changed as a sort of a pretrial order or a pre-hearing order.
Right. But I'm saying.
So no, but the issue
is, do we want to, it's a question, do we want to require ourselves now to invite everybody who submits either of these two tiers of brief a opportunity to speak?
If there's a requirement, I would differentiate between applicants and municipalities and everybody else. So if there were to be a requirement, I would only require that of both applicants in this case and the city or any other cities or towns that may be affected.
Is there any reason not to leave it open? I mean, why not let ourselves see what comes in and what happens and where we're at,
Well, there's open, yeah, sorry.
I think that's a good idea, that we should wait if we end up with 100 briefs.
Right.
Yeah. Or maybe it's an open and shut case. We don't feel like there's anybody to talk. We feel totally clear about one thing or another, or who knows what. But maybe we make it May.
I'd like to.
Could I pick up on the distinction that Commissioner Zuniga made? I think we should commit ourselves to hearing from, having gone through this elaborate process, having extended ourselves to this point. It's important that we follow through on that. So I would separate. I would commit ourselves to hearing from the applicant and the municipality, and then have May for the rest.
Any applicant? What if MGM wants to weigh in
That they are,
on the definition. They certainly have a very strong interest in what the definition of a gaming establishment, well, how we end up defining.
for the Region A?
No, but any
No, this-
application that we use for one, we'll have to use for another.
But they are only commenting on the question as it pertains to Region A, not the definition as a
Yes.
whole. So
It's only, this only
they
applies
could
to
if they
Region
wanted
A.
to, but it pertains only to Region A.
I think it would be, I do not think it would be unfair I don't think your solution would be unfair either, but I do not think it would be unfair to adopt Commissioner Zuniga's distinction.
So
Region A applicants and the municipality, Boston. If they submit a memorandum, should be permitted to speak, and the rest we may invite to speak.
Should we also invite the existing host communities and surrounding communities to be part of that limited group?
I don't see the surrounding communities, but I think another, Winthrop might decide that they want to take the same kind of argument. If Boston's going to be a host community, Winthrop might think they should be a host community.
And I would like, I mean, in terms of defining a group that we definitely want to hear from, I would also, as it's been suggested, leave the window open that if a brief came in that from any other entity that we wanted to at least ask questions of, that we give ourselves the flexibility to offer that.
Let's accept Commissioner Zuniga's suggestion that it's the Region A applicants and the city of Boston. But that's definite. We can, beyond that, we can do whatever we want to do.
Anybody can submit briefs.
Pardon me?
Anybody can submit briefs.
Right, this is just the speaking.
This is just for the speaking part.
The key is, what do we need to have full information? So that's the May piece.
Yes.
Right, exactly. All right. So we have agreed, I guess we did decide. Do you want to frame a motion?
Yes, I would move that the commission adopt the process for determining a gaming establishment set out in the memorandum included in the meeting materials dated April 3, 2014, from General Counsel Blue and Deputy General Counsel Grossman, with such minor adjustments as are necessary in order to change the recommendations into a pre-hearing notice, and with the substantive change just discussed with respect to the right of Region A applicants and the City of Boston to be heard at that May 1 hearing, and the remaining entities to be given an opportunity to be heard orally, to be determined by the commission after the receipt of all written materials.
Can we just amend to withdraw the notice of the adjudicatory hearing?
That's paragraph 1.
Okay.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Okay. We are on to SBIS.
So in your book, you have 3 small business impact statements. These are for regulations that we are now taking through the formal process. These are the regulations pertaining to our assessment, to our changes in the arbitration regulation, and to the initial self-exclusion regulations. We are working on a schedule that will have a public hearing on May the 4th for all 3 of those regulations. We will do the appropriate advertising early next week and get the appropriate notices out. But if you approve the small business impact statement, we can get those ready for filing as required.
Any discussion, questions? Somebody want to move?
I have moved that the commission adopt all 3 small business impact statements as printed in the meeting materials, in today's meeting materials.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Public records request.
So at the last commission meeting, the commission requested that we discuss the process that we have for responding to public records requests. And just for the sake of the audience, I just want everyone to know that we have always had a process for responding to public records requests when we have been following it since the inception of the commission. This memo is a companion to that and also pretty much a summary of what we have been doing so far. But if you look at the memo, what you'll see is we have public records requests that come into us from essentially 3 different places. They come in either by letter, they come in through MGC comment, or oftentimes they come in from emails addressed either to individual commissioners or individual staff members. So we take all of those requests. If they come in a hard copy letter form, we scan them in, we log them, so we know what the timeframes are in which we need to respond. If they're in email, they are saved in our email drives. We are required to provide an answer within 10 days. We are not required by statute necessarily to provide the documents if we can, and it's a small, manageable request. We obviously do that and do try to do that, but we are required to respond. And we do have a series of letters that we send out acknowledging the request and determining how long, if we can, determining how long it will take to respond and what documents we're looking for. What we do when we look at each public records request is we try to assess what kind of search we have to make, how much time that will take, and what the costs are involved, because some of them can be fairly significant. So we do, if we can determine that up front, we will do that, and we will include a cost estimate. So we have rates, and you'll see them in the memo. We are required by statute to charge the lowest possible hourly rate of an employee who could make the search, and so we've determined that that's $25 an hour. We charge for copies, a minimal amount for copies, or for a CD if we can burn them onto a CD. We provide that information to the person requesting the records, and we ask them, do they want to narrow their search? If they think the cost is too high, would they like to narrow their request? If they still want what they've requested, then we ask them to provide us with payment, and we begin the process. When the records are gathered, we will send them out with a cover letter. We will explain what the records are. We will explain any redactions that we made, because we do review them for redactions in terms of exemptions under the statute. And then we forward them out to the requester. If the requester is uncomfortable or not happy with what we've provided, they do have the option to file an appeal with the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and that has happened on occasion. And we work very closely with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to try to resolve those issues where we can, and we've been successful largely in doing that. So that's a very high-level view of the process. It is the process we have used. The legal department does review the documents. We also ask the individual who provides the documents, the individual staff person, to look at what we are proposing to release as well. And we do engage individual staff people to help us do the search, because we don't have a centralized document management system yet. So we have asked other employees, and we ask them what kind of search they've done, where they've looked, those kinds of things. So that's our general process.
Comments, thoughts?
This process strikes me as a very sound one, and one that's responsive to the statute and our needs. I had 2 questions, though. I was initially thinking, the first is that I was initially wondering if it would be possible to supply individuals who are named in documents that go out in a public records request with copies, to give them a heads up that that's happened. And I thought about that would be enormously burdensome. But if that weren't easily possible, at least until we get a document management system that can segregate those things. As a shortstop, I wonder if it'd be possible as the last step or a contemporaneous step with release of the documents, if they could be posted someplace internally on the shared drive, so that, and a notice sent to people that we've responded to a request, so that if you were interested, you'd go look at them and see if there was anything that you should be aware of in them. That was the first question. The second question is related. I wonder if it makes sense, and I'm not asking for a decision for this today, because I just thought it up this morning, and it wouldn't be fair to ask for a decision today. But I wonder if it makes sense to just post all these documents publicly. Get a public records request, respond to the public records request, and when we respond, the documents go up on our website at the same time?
I think to the first question, posting them on a shared drive for the individuals who are involved to see what went out, I think that's a good idea. We do try to have those conversations before we
Right.
send them out with the individuals. And we have on a few occasions had, private individuals who may have been mentioned in a document and tried to let them know that something was going to go out, that they were mentioned in. So I think we can definitely do that. On posting them on the website, I think it would be easy to post the requests, which the public might find interesting to see what documents are requested of us, and maybe some of our replies. We'd have to give some more thought to posting what we actually send out, in that sometimes they're very large in number. And I don't know how that would work on our website, quite frankly, to have, 300 or 400 pages of something posted in, but it's certainly something we can give further thought to.
I like the idea of posting the requests we get, and we could continue thinking about it. I'll share a thought from this perspective. I've previously been involved in 2 agencies with a lot of constituencies, one more than the other state agencies. And the amount of requests that we get at the Gaming Commission, and the legal team does a fine job in really complying with them, is remarkable. And compared to the other agencies, that the breadth and scope of some of these requests, the nature of some redactions that we have to manage, that we're required to manage, is commendable in terms of what it takes. So it could be a little window as to just the effort from the public of what we have to deal with. But on the other on the thought about being most posting more and more information, I think our document management system is really going to help us. There's a lot of data that's already available for anybody to see in other sources. We could link up to those sources from our website, but certainly Open Checkbook is online for the Commonwealth. We are part of that. There's a lot of information in terms of our finances, for example, that's easily accessible from there. We could do a little bit of a better job in terms of posting actual contracts, for example, which we get requested quite a bit of. Having a tab in the financial pages, for those things that could be accessed by anybody at any time. But I agree that posting everything would be unwieldy, too large, and maybe a little bit really out of context. We get requests in terms of communications, for example, by email, and that could be, I don't know, just very difficult to kind of post and manage and update. And
Why would it be difficult? I mean, I'm happy to have this discussion. I was hoping we'd get a response. I think Elaine ought to weigh in on this, but I don't see why it would necessarily be unwieldy. You're going to make either give us a CD. We're rarely giving paper. We either give a CD or something, or you scan them all in and up they go. And yes, you can go around and you can look at Open Checkbook. You can look at a lot of things. You can search the Globe's archives. You can spend hours and you can find out all the information. But there's a request. There's the answer. I'm not sure, as I raised the question, that it's a good idea, but I think there's enough of a good idea in there that I'd like to see us explore it further.
well, the unwieldy part comes from the technology. I think when because we're working towards this, when we get a fully automated document management system, that would be very easy to implement, and I would be in favor of that. Until such time, these requests can take a lot of time and a lot of space and a lot of scanning, and that it could take an additional time. But it's an important question, and we should explore it.
Yeah, I'm happy to think about it too, and I agree. I think we should talk to Elaine about it. I can think of some issues, but it's certainly worth thinking about. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I am and I've had this conversation, so I know that it is important to give a heads up to an individual who may be affected by that open public request. So I really do think that is a good policy.
I wanted to chime in on something Commissioner Zuniga said. We get a huge number of these things. Some of them are huge and require a tremendous amount of work and are good faith requests. Others require a tremendous amount of work and are just mindless fishing expeditions. But the burden that it puts principally on legal staff, but not only legal staff, is substantial. And it tends to be work that we have to do, in effect, nights and weekends. You know, I myself spent hours one day going through emails at home. And I think it's absolutely important that, at a minimum, the people who do that work get paid for it, if this can be worked out. I'm not sure it can, but when I see the work that Catherine does, and then I see her knowing she's had to 5 hours going through emails, and that's not in her 37 and a half hours, nor is it even in her 52 hours, it's 52 through 57. If it's possible for her to be paid for doing that, I think she should be. We're going to be paid, and number one. And number two, you mentioned the $25 per hour, but I know there are plenty of times when it's not a $25 an hour person who is doing the work. So it ought to be, I mean, if you have to spend, whether you can get the money or not, or Todd or me or Jamie, we can talk about, but we certainly ought to charge whatever the rate is of the person who really is involved in it. And if somebody else does the first draft and then you review it, then your charges, your time, whoever gets it, the commissioner or you, should get layered on top of that. And I think we should be quite fastidious about it. I mean, there's no reason why either we or our bidders, I mean, our license holders who are paying the bills, should be subsidizing the implementation of freedom of information requests. But these huge things, and the little ones are no problem, but these huge things, there's no reason why they should be subsidized either by our employees' weekend time or by our licensees.
Well, just one thing. Just to clarify, the charge is generally, the law requires, the public records law allows us to charge an hourly rate for the lowest paid employee that can reasonably comply with the request.
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not the lowest paid employee, period.
No, it's not. And I think another point, so when you do look at some of the employee salaries, that actually is, it's certainly not the lowest paid, but it is the hourly rate approximately of the lowest paid employee who can do it, because I have looked at actual salaries and divided it out. Another piece to consider is if we had to bring in vendors, for example, to do it, if it were a particularly large request, we had to bring in vendors, we would pass on the vendors' costs because we had to bring in outside help to do it. And so those costs may be different than the lowest hourly rate of the employee who's doing it. So we are mindful of that if we have to bring in extra outside help to do it.
The other piece, and I'm maybe Commissioner McHugh is going to get to this. I don't think, I think it's very dangerous to start thinking that we're going to compensate our employees over and above what we currently do for complying for these things, even if they happen effectively on a weekend. I think there's ways for us to deal with this. We already have that capability. We have compensatory time that Executive Director Day can award on a as needed basis for somebody who comes in and work after hours. And I think that's a healthier way to address this. Sometimes it is necessary to work after hours or in weekends, but that could be compensated by taking additional days later on. Because also it is, as a public agency, we need to comply with this. It is part of our duties to comply with these requests, however many, and however we end up doing them on weekends or late nights. So although the idea is inviting Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should try to be in the business of compensating our own employees for discrete pieces of work that generally are under the duties that they currently have to comply with.
Do you know whether we have that, I mean, if it's somebody who is an hourly worker, we have overtime obligations, right?
Yes.
So there are some people that if they were working weekends, they would get paid, right?
Do we have overtime pay?
I don't even know how it works.
We have compensatory pay for certain grades and below, and that's by fair labor standards.
Yes.
We have to, there's a requirement for certain employees to take compensatory time, and there's an option for non-exempt employees to take compensatory time. I think that's the way to deal with it.
He knows.
Does Derek want to chime in a little? No, sorry.
Are you chiming in?
I didn't know you needed an answer. I thought it was answered.
No.
Well, we need to, I guess we're going to try and get an answer for that. But I also would like to think about this more holistically. It strikes me that it's a huge waste of time for the legal staff, a huge imposition on time for the legal staff to be doing these things on a routine basis. I would like to propose that we think about taking the next quarter, say, and adding up the hours spent by whom on dealing with these things, and then seeing if there's a business case for a Freedom of Information Act paralegal, for example. Somebody who comes in and becomes thoroughly familiar with the filing system, with who we are, with what we do, who's a top-flight paralegal, who can do other things as well, but whose primary responsibility would be to do the searching for these things, and free up the legal staff from all but the end-stage review or answering questions as to doubtful documents that the paralegal comes up with, and leave to him or her the responsibility of being primarily responsible for this. We are now facing a lot of these things as we get up and running with the casinos and the slots parlor, and licensing 10,000 people and running a steady state operation. We're going to be have many more of these things, and it seems to me at least worthwhile to think about whether now is the time to begin to institutionalize this process and not make it a collateral duty.
That's a great
I think it's a
suggestion.
good idea, yeah.
Yep. Excellent idea.
And let's just look into, maybe Derek can look into, maybe he knows about whether or not we have the right, the authority to pay people, any people, extra money if they are working way overtime to do these documents. Whether we do it or not is another matter, but let's find out whether we can even do it or not, and then we could have an intelligent conversation. But also, Kevin, I want to just press on this thing. You said $25 an hour is a $50,000 person, right, more or less?
More or less, yes.
Yeah. So when you do this, when your time is charged, when your time is used, do you charge for your time? Never mind, not to you, but
No, I charge my time at that rate.
why is that? I don't understand.
Well, because that's what the statute requires of employees of the agency, that
But
that
you're
you
not
can
the
bill.
Are you doing it because somebody else could do it, but you're doing?
Yes,
Oh,
that
you're
is-
doing it because somebody else could do it.
That's what the statute says. They limit what you can charge on an hourly basis to the lowest level of the person who could do it. So
But
let's say,
if there's somebody else on the staff who can do it, why are you doing it?
well, because sometimes it needs a higher level of review, or
Did you-
sometimes it needs to be managed in a way that's different, or to be honest, sometimes in the legal department, if I have other lawyers working on things that are potentially more important, it might be easier for me to do it right away.
Those are two different things. If somebody else could do it, but you want you to do it for your own reasons, fine, charge them $25. But if you're doing it because it requires a higher level of review, then the $25 is the wrong number. It should be a higher number. It should be your time, or whatever the lowest number is. If it's Rick, there's going to be some he's going to have to do. There are going to be some I have to do, and there are going to be some you have to do. And I just think we should charge whatever the real rate is. We just should not be discounting this. It's just not fair to anybody to be discounting these. We should be really rigorous about it.
We can look into that further. I think the agencies I've been at in the past, it hasn't really mattered who actually did it. The statute has been interpreted as the rate is limited to what is the lowest level person who could do it, no matter who does do it. But we will look into that further and see if we're not interpreting the statute correctly.
All right, well, let me know what you come up with on that.
One additional question. Has the fact that that you have notified folks with these large requests, kind of open-ended requests, has that caused anyone to narrow their search or narrow the scope of the request?
In one circumstance, I would say no, but the cost wasn't that large. I do have an outstanding request where I've sent back an estimate and have not heard back, so I have not, pursued any more of the documents, and may get a narrowing in that situation. But right now, it's a little too early to tell. The requests have been getting larger over time. In the beginning, they were much more focused, and so it was easier to turn them around. The larger ones have been in the more recent past.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Monitoring and pre-opening emergency regs.
So the final item in this section is the draft Reg 205 CMR 135. This is for monitoring of project construction and licensee requirements. We had this regulation before the commission previously. We've since then obtained comments from the applicants, from the project management team that we have, and we have incorporated those comments. So that the purpose here is to have regulations in place, and we would enact these on an emergency basis and then take them through, that would allow us to make sure that our applicants, once they're awarded a license, are complying with all of the requirements of their license, their host community and surrounding community agreements, that we are making sure that construction schedule they provide to us is being complied with. So there's a lot that needs to be monitored, and we would use these starting with our first licensee, Penn, and then go forward to our upcoming licensees.
I did want to mention this. I think that we should consider not adopting these regulations at this point on an emergency basis, because some of what has been added since we last looked at them has the effect of potentially generating a lot of documents and a lot of approval necessary for this commission in terms of some of the documents and activities here. I would be more than happy to go through each one of the areas that I think needs or merits some real discussion. That could take us a while, which is why I think maybe we should consider adopting them later in the regular process, or adopting them on an emergency in the next on an emergency basis if we think that's necessary on a subsequent meeting.
Why not talk about it now? I didn't know.
We could talk, well, it's lengthy. I think the way some of these are, I'm ready to do that, but it could take quite a bit of time. Because I think each one collectively, many of these changes have, as I mentioned, the effect of potentially generating a lot of documents and a lot of requirement of resources of the commission that may be interpreted very broadly. There's a lot of language here that could be interpreted too broadly, that would require our approval, for example. And I'll point to a couple of that I think we really need to understand and collectively and discuss and maybe rephrase or reword some of these regulations. Do you want an example now?
I would say, yeah. I mean, I think it's here to be discussed. Okay. If we've got, if you really think it's going to be a long time, we could come back to this after we get our other business done, rather than if you think it's going to run real late. But if we don't, I mean, it seems like every week every meeting we have a pretty big agenda, so it's not like we don't have anything to do on the 17th. have more time.
No, I know,
So
I know. Well,
But are you saying you could review this with the legal staff on,
Yes.
at another time? And you
Yes.
just haven't had a chance to do that because you just saw it
I,
yesterday?
essentially, yes. There's
Yeah,
a couple,
that's-
you know, we have seen these versions of this before, but there's new language here, you know, inserted by the recommendation of our consultants that reads to me a lot like a contract or a lot like a specification that one can put in public bidding documents if we are the contracting party, but we are not. When we put things in regulation, and this happened to me in a previous agency, so I've lived through exactly what I see coming to fruition here. When we write something in regulation that the applicant shall submit any changes, all changes, that could have the unintended consequence of getting, you know, producing a deluge of documents that we cannot possibly manage. It will do real damage.
I have a question about that. These are
And so there's you know, again, I can edit any one of these, and I will start by removing a lot of shalls, a lot of alls, a lot of any. There's many of those little words here that, plus, used the way there's another regulation here, 13503, number 4, that requires that for the licensee to submit a variance request to the commission if at any time the licensee wishes to make a change that would be inconsistent with everything that they've done in the past, including representations to the public. So that, in conjunction with a lot of the other language, may have the effect of putting a lot of constraint on this commission relative to project completion. We may be in an uncomfortable and unintended situation of having to approve every request for information, every...
does it say approve?
Yes.
It does say we have to approve it?
You could, yes. So, first of all, there's a lot of language here that I would flip. Instead of making the licensee shall, I would say the commission may request, require, and change and keep a lot of whatever follows pretty much the same. What we want from a lot of the language here, what our good consultants are directing us to do here, is to have access to a lot of information. We will get that. We'll do that in a regulation. We do that. We currently have that access, I would argue. We don't want to put such burden on the applicant to produce so much document for us to approve that would become very burdensome and unwieldy.
Become a bottleneck.
It would be, right.
Yeah, with regard to that, I think about a third of the document is changed. These are not minor changes, they're major additions, and I'm wondering if sending it back to the applicant for comment would make sense at this point. I know you asked for comment on the original document, but since this is substantially changed, I'm just wondering if that would help with some of the things you're saying,
Well, that was precisely my initial point, which is maybe we need to, you know, rethink the notion of issuing this by emergency. The good people at Penn and Turner are already starting a lot of you know, what they have to do, and that's fine. I'm sure they will comply with, you know, whatever we come up with. But I'm also thinking of 2 more applicants with a lot more documents that would be of a lot more interest to a lot of other people, not just us and our agents. And we could become inadvertently the clearinghouse for a lot of that, where I think we don't necessarily have that intention. So so I would argue that we should table these for the time being. Here's another piece that I know Jennifer Pink is already working on that we should remember. She's working on putting out guides or bulletins or policy statements that will have the effect of notifying the applicants what we expect of them. All of that, a lot of the language that came since the last time we looked at these regulations, in my view, fit much better on a bulletin, not on regulation. That's all relative to access to documents and variance requests. So I would really like to, I think a lot of the elements are here. We could really be done with these by the next meeting, but I think that we shouldn't adopt them by emergency at this point.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, one thing, even the variance section, though, I want to point something out with it because it does have a specific application. And what some of the input that we had that has come in has been kind of from the other side. It's been from stakeholders saying, so what guarantees are there that the license applicant will actually comply with the commitments that they had? What happens to them in that process? Mr. Chairman, I think you kind of mentioned that. Where does that take place for sure? So I think what this whole monitoring section is designed to do is provide that resource. And provides really a skeleton, even the variance idea. It's not a variance from everything, but it is a variance from the specific items that the licensee has committed to. So the concept is if there's some commitment that has been made by a licensee, that there actually has to be some documentation as why that's not what's going to go forward. And there has to be some involvement with the commission about whether that's acceptable or not. And in the end, I think many of the questions and the reason we're here is emergency because we've had other issues that have kind of dominated trying to get this monitoring section going. Commissioner Stebbins commented that this is a short construction period. So if we instead of go ahead with emergency regulations and then use the formal process and make changes before we final adopt them, which we can, using the emergency process, we can have these regulations in place, and then as we move forward to final adoption, we can make changes if we really need to make those changes. But this construction, if you go back the other way, you're basically probably 25% through the construction period before you actually have any regulations to govern the process of reporting. The quarterly reporting process, the variance process, the approval process for the commission. In this regulation, the commission actually approves the project schedule. And there's timelines for actually getting that project scheduled to the commission and actually getting it approved. So I do understand what Commissioner Zuniga is saying, but the document that we see also has input from it doesn't mean everything that a licensee asked for or an applicant suggests is in here, but a number of the things that were in there have been incorporated. Our two contractors, much of what they had to say have been incorporated. Our diversity, our vendor advisory council had comments that were incorporated specifically in those areas. So, and in the end, there is a section that does provide for the possibility of some form of sanctions if the commission if the applicants weren't actually moving through with what they had proposed. So there is I think it's a whole process. It also provides sort of a backbone. Commissioner Zuniga mentioned Jennifer Pink and her team. We do plan on the 17th to bring in a proposal to the commission that fleshes out the detail of the monitoring project that would be going ahead as this project moves forward. So it's kind of, this whole proposal is really a trust but verify syndrome. It's yes, we anticipate many of the features in here as far as any ever enforcement application or non-cooperation really won't have to take place. Penn, everybody else is very cooperative. But in the end, we also had messages from other states that said there was instances of surprises. That what we ended up getting was not what we really intended to do. And so that is really what this is supposed to do, is in the end, do our best to deliver to the public what was promised at the beginning.
I'm not suggesting that we should eliminate any of these. Of course, we're going to hold the feet to the fire of our applicants to what they committed. Certainly, I think the Diversity Council is a great example, but the way this is written applies to just everything, all the documents and specifications that can be produced in a large construction project, and that is just a lot of documentation, plain and simple. I think if we say, where we say any change, we need to define that. Where we say relevant plans, we need to define relevance. If it's going to be in regulation, you may have an idea of what is relevant, but and the applicant and the licensee will comply with whatever we want them to comply with. So they're you know, I think we're good there.
I think
Relevance.
I think you're now talking about fixing, or how you might fix the substance of this, but I think we have two different proposals on the table. One is that we don't deal with this now, and the other is that we adopt this in emergency form, realizing that it's going to get changed between now and the final adoption. I think we don't need to start talking about the particulars. I think we need to figure out whether we can put this off for 2 weeks and have there be some background conversation and come to it with some more feedback. Can we do that? Or do we need to adopt it on an emergency basis and live with it for a while we're figuring these things out? I think that's the issue on the table.
We could have that discussion and come back on an emergency basis in 2 weeks and put it into place. I mean,
We could.
conceivably, but would that, so that's an option there.
Yeah, right, you could have the emergency, you could have a reviewed emergency set in 2 weeks. I don't have an opinion about this. I don't, you know, it's really.
Part of the issue is not having the chance to have this conversation ahead of time, because we just saw the document yesterday. So that is part of the issue here, which you know, a couple of days could have made all the difference with this document. But so
Yep.
I would agree that maybe 2 weeks is not a bad idea, and the applicant can see it, and all of these issues can be probably resolved at that point.
Is that all right?
That'll work, I think, because we're bringing back, Jennifer Pink will be talking about the process itself on the 17th, which is important for us to get to because the construction is basically starting.
Yeah, what the process is.
We're kind of at the end of our time if we're going to get something in place to be able to monitor it.
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, we would be able to do this now, but I think there's enough interest in thinking this through further that we should hold it up. So let's put it on the agenda for the 17th. Commissioner Zuniga will do some offline discussion with people. We'll get some feedback from the applicants. We will all have had a chance to read it, and if there's going to be further changes, significant changes to this, make sure we get it early enough that we can have a chance to review it before the 17th, like at least the 15th or 14th.
Okay.
And that's all we have from the legal report.
All right. Then we are to the Ombudsman report. You know what? I'm going to suggest a very brief break. Let's come back momentarily. We are reconvened at 2:35, and we are turning to the Ombudsman report. Ombudsman Ziemba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. As you know, the commission at its last meeting asked staff to review the Regency July 23rd application date and to bring back its analysis to the commission. The commission has also received a number of comment letters recommending that the commission extend this deadline. Notably, the city of New Bedford requested that the application date be extended to September 22nd, 2014, but that we also waive our regulations so that the election could occur after the application date, primarily after November 4th, 2014. KG Urban asked for an extension of the application date to October 23rd, 2014. Further, Mass Gaming and Entertainment asked for an extension to December 31st, 2014. We also received a number of comment letters from the City of Fall River and representatives. They were asking that we keep our current July 23rd, 2014 deadline. Subsequent to some of those City of Fall River comments, we've met with and spoken with representatives of Fall River. We've also spoken with representatives from the Fall River applicant team. they indicated that they would like time to engage in a very robust effort to ensure that the City of Fall River's citizens can understand their development, can learn about all of its nuances, and that they do understand that that process does take time. And as such, I think that there's an understanding by the applicant team that an extension past our deadline could be warranted. The applicant has also had further conversations with the City of Fall River since those comment letters, and in conversations that we have had subsequent to those comment letters with the city, I think the city noted that some of its timetables and some of the dates associated with those timetables could need some additional time, but I think it's fair to say that the City of Fall River would like to move as absolutely quickly as possible on the applications, and that in the event that the commission were ever to extend any deadline, that it should definitely not be for any open-ended period and should be as limited as possible. I think in the conversations that we've had with Fall River, we noted that the commission shares the City of Fall River's desire and everyone's desire in the southeast to try to tackle some of the underlying issues of extensive unemployment rates in the region, and that was one of the major reasons why the commission determined that it would need to move forward on a commercial application. So within that context, in your packets, I have 3 options for consideration by the commission of potential extensions if the commission decides to extend. Scenario 1, we're in the 5A section at the beginning. There are all the comment letters, the summary of the comment letters, and then following that, there are specific of our timetables. As you see, the long sheets that we have there, multicolored long sheets. Scenario 1, in no particular order, Commissioners, but Scenario 1 has an application date of November 17th. Scenario 2 has an application date of October 17th. It's the next long sheet. In Scenario 3, it has an application date of September 23rd. These options were created in recognition that there are 2 key election dates this fall, on September 9th and November 4th. November 17th is the Monday following the 10 days after the election. As you remember, we discussed in the last couple of meetings that there's a 10-day certification requirement for elections in cities, and we require certified election results as part of our application process. September 23rd, that is the Tuesday that follows 10 days after the primary date, and then the middle option is October 17th, and it's approximately 1 month between each of these 2 bookends. We have not modeled anything later than November 17th, such as the request that was made by Mass Gaming and Entertainment for the end of the year process, but these 3 will give us definitely room for consideration of the implications of moving our dates. I believe that these 3 dates would help the commission achieve some of the goals that the commission set out when it originally set the Regency date almost a year ago. Notably, the dates would likely allow enough time for full background reviews of applicants and qualifiers before a referendum is done at the local level. Further, these would provide more time for competition to be fully realized in the Regency region. The schedules would provide host communities and surrounding communities more time to understand any developments that are proposed in the region. One thing I'll note in terms of how much input goes into successful applications, I think just the other night, we were out in Springfield and we heard about MGM explaining that they had a total of 412 community meetings that went into the process of developing their application. And these do take time. Those are rather significant. Again, what is possible now versus what is possible over the course of many years that some applicants have had to put together their application are different things, but I think it is instructive the amount of time that it goes into developing a really quality application. Further, the dates that are before you are designed to avoid summer referendum votes. The current schedule, the July 23rd schedule, had anticipated that referendum votes would hopefully occur by June of this year, well before the summer. In regard to these three options, there are a number of items to consider. The Commission is cognizant of this, obviously, of the significant unemployment rates in the southeast region of the state. Thus, we've acted to move as quickly as practical to ensure that facilities can be operational as quickly as possible. We've seen that disputes between host and surrounding communities and applicants can be one of the most significant causes of delay in reaching our ability to construct facilities. How you align your licensing process could have an impact one way or the other in avoiding those disputes or making sure that those disputes occur. The schedules before you are conservative in that they assume that at least one dispute may arise and that it'll take the maximum amount of time available under our regulations. If applicants and communities can resolve these issues before our regulatory mechanisms are necessary, we can award earlier than these dates. So the award dates associated with these three are April 1st for the November 17th deadline, March 2nd for the October 17th deadline, and February 9th for the September 23rd application date.
John, I'm sorry, can you repeat those dates? Oh, 2015, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so April 1st would be the anticipated award deadline for November 17th, March 2nd for October 17th, and February 9th for the September 23rd date. Now, again, these are really conservative in that this would take us to absolutely the very end of arbitration. It presupposes failure on the part of the applicants and communities to reach negotiated settlements, but unfortunately, that is a distinct possibility. By way of comparison, the current anticipated deadline for our July 23rd application date, our award deadline, on our website, it is November 20th. But if you take into account some of our regulatory changes that we've added some dates on our arbitration, and we count days as actual days instead of 30 days, it's 5 plus 20 plus 3 plus 5, not on a weekend, not on a holiday. The reality is that we would not be able to award a license until basically the beginning of December. So one further thing that I will note is that the October 17th date, the middle proposal, that's roughly 1 month after the September primary date. If we're trying to avoid elections in the summer, the September primary date is probably the earliest that anyone would have. And as we've seen from across the state, there has been a significant argument put forward by applicants that they really don't want to engage in finalizing surrounding community agreements until after they've had their referendum vote. We hope that that doesn't occur in the Region C region. We don't have time to do so, but I would note that the October 17th date would provide at least 30 days or so after the primary date, after the election date, in the event that someone chose that strategy. So one thing I would ask is that I'd ask Director Wells to provide a little bit of an update on where we are in the background process. Obviously, I mentioned that this would allow us to complete our background checks. We've pegged a date for the middle of August for full completion of those dates, but there's obviously some significant uncertainty given that we only have had limited information from the applicants to view so far. And even though we've had current applicants through the process, there could be additional qualifiers, there could be other constructs that we would have to review, and that those could take a little more time than we're expecting. And as is our usual, we really hope that we can get those qualifiers approved prior to any election date. That has always been the philosophy of the Commission. Director Wells?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. At this point, the IEB has not been provided with a complete picture of any declared applicant or potential applicant for the Regency license. Prior to being provided with that information, it's obviously not possible to set a definitive timeline for suitability. That being said, given the parameters that the Commission has set that only present applicants can compete for a license in Region C, the expectation is that most of the application will have already gone through a suitability review. And therefore, as Ombudsman Ziemba and I have discussed, it is therefore reasonable to set a target, I wouldn't say a deadline, but a target of mid-August for completion of suitability, as long as the applicant or applicants provide a complete picture of their proposed structure to the and their partnerships to the IEB in short order. Obviously, if the IEB does not receive such information, say until July, we can't be expected to go through and complete a suitability report and complete the investigation and do the hearing, by August. So I just want to convey to the Commission, a lot of this is applicant dependent. We are sitting ready, willing, and able to move forward with the investigations, but we need a complete picture of what the proposed structure of any Region C application and project is going to be going forward. So we are on hold at this point.
If it's okay, let me just give some more dates to the Commission. I know it gets confusing when I'm throwing around all of these dates, but I'd like to just walk back when a host community agreement would need to be completed before an application date. So the premise that we're running with is that at least 60 to 90 days prior to the application date. So say, for example, an applicant wanted to put forward and have a referendum basically the day before our application date. Could we walk back 60 to 90 days? And this is a little bit rough because I'm not sure that I've accommodated the 10-day certification period, but this will give you a good flavor of how that would work. So for example, on November 17th, 60 days prior to November 17th is September 18th, and 90 days prior to that would be August 19th. So for the furthest along in our schedule, one of the three options, host community agreements would have to be roughly done by the middle of August. You might want to take out 10 days for the certification period. Similarly, for the application date of 10/17, roughly 60 days prior to that is August 18th. And if a community wanted to allow 90 days for their citizens to review it, you would have to have your host community agreement in place by the very beginning of July. For the early date of 9/23, if you wanted 90 days, it would essentially need to be completed by the middle to the end of June. And 60 days prior is the middle of July. And as we sit today, roughly 60 days plus 10 days before the July 23rd application date is May 12th. If a community wanted 90 days, that would roughly be about April 11th, which is in about a week or so. So if we wanted to afford citizens the full 90-day review period, in essence, we're ready there.
Well, let's think about what we're trying to accomplish here and why. The question that we asked at the meeting, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago, was what can be done, if anything, to enhance the competitive situation in Region C. And if I'm hearing the feedback properly, there have been two problems which cause people to want to request more time. One is the uncertainty of the situation with the tribe. And the other is that the Region A decision wouldn't be made in enough time before our present deadline to give the non-winner in Region A an opportunity to compete in Region C, which had always been something we were encouraging. Our friends in Boston have now moved the Region A deadline out to August. So any of these dates would almost be impossible for the Region A loser to get involved. Not technically impossible, but practically pretty close to it. And the tribal situation isn't, I mean, it isn't going to change unless it changes, and we have no way of knowing whether it's going to be sooner, you know, that uncertainty is the foundation problem in Regency and has been from the day the law was written. So as I'm thinking about it now, I'm not sure what we really gain by, I think we have to extend more than, we have to extend some because we don't have anything in the pipeline at this point. But I'm not sure that any of the extensions really change the lay of the land and can address any of the issues that we're really talking about.
I don't know that the main feedback that we got in some of the documents has to do with loser from Region A moving into Region C. I don't think that's the case.
That was one of them. Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, that's a possibility. That possibility has now narrowed, to your point, but I don't think that's the main concern here. The main concern is the completion of the investigation, which I want to talk a little bit more about, because at this point, as Director Wells said, we don't have a full picture of any of the reported players in that region. And another one is the host community and local process relative to election and how much the community can input, in terms of the host community. There's no host community agreement inked or agreed to in that region so far. So the current deadline is very tight. The current deadline that we have would have us starting the suitability review for all additional qualifiers, for example, next week. So that's a concern there, and would have some of these host community agreements be approved by referendum starting also next week. So regardless of the uncertainty of the tribal, our time frame and those two requirements, we cannot, they're not being met for all intents and purposes. So I think that's a discussion. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the one response that we got from the city of Fall River, that they believe that we should keep that deadline because, first of all, there's no host community agreement. And as far as we know, when we last looked at that applicant, the applicant that has been reported as being in Fall River, had a portion that was missing from the complete package of suitability.
Capital structure.
Given their capital structure. To your knowledge, Director, there has not been...
I have not received anything official notifying me of the proposal for what anyone wants to do in Fall River. For what anyone wants to do in Fall River. I have had communications with the attorney for entities that are looking to do that, and there's certainly discussion there, but we have not received the plan.
If we come back to Chairman Crosby's initial thought, what are we trying to accomplish here? Part of the problem, it seems to me, is the uncertainty about the tribe. The other part of the problem, though, is the fact that nobody's got new, except one applicant, KG Urban, has any new money in the game. These are people who've already done stuff, and they're sitting there. There's no sense of urgency here, either on the municipal side or on the applicant side. The applicants don't have completed packages. The municipalities, in some cases, want more time. In some cases, they don't want more time, but they sort of might want more time. And so, as I think about the fact that we don't have anything and are unlikely to have anything that's different when this deadline arrives, I'm not sure what functional step we can take that would assure a different result when that deadline approaches. We could extend it to November, hypothetically. Are we doing that in a functional way that holds out the promise of a better result, a more competitive result, a more complete and timely result by November 17th than we're going to have in 2 weeks? Maybe, maybe not. So I don't, quite frankly, have an answer, but I'm reluctant to just sort of act and say, well, another 30 days or another 60 days or another 90 days is what we're going to do without trying to figure out functionally what we're trying to do and how to make it happen.
Well, two of the applicants sent us letter to the effect of extended deadline because in the meantime, we will make some additional progress, or that's our intention. Now, whether they do or not is an important question. But that was the feedback from two of them.
I know, but the world is made up of wonderful wishes, and they've had since
years.
They've had years to do this. And so I hear what you say, but how, and I have no doubt that they say that in good faith, but what assurance do we have that it happens?
Commissioner, maybe I could, there's a second subset to the requests that are before us, and maybe if I can just give a little background on that second subset of requests, that might open up some possibilities. I understand your point, and it's a very good one, which is if you just keep on extending deadlines and nothing changes in the interim, what makes anybody think that the next deadline's just not going to hit and it's going to be the same thing and we're going to have to extend another deadline? I think what the commission asked staff and our consultants to do at the last meeting was to take a look at the request, one of the requests that has been put before us on enhancing the competition or the competitive environment in the region by taking a look at some of our regulatory requirements that might be providing an impediment to competition. And namely, the mass gaming and entertainment folks asked us to take a look at the minimum capital investment requirement that we have within the context of the region. So the background that I'm about to provide to you is unfortunately not ready for today, but I wanted to give you an update on where we are. So at the last meeting, the commission asked us to go back and take a look at the request in the context of the competitive environment. And so we engaged our consultants, HLT Advisory, to take a look at some of the claims that were made in that region that it would not be able to sustain. Some of our requirements would provide a serious impediment to a full casino, $500 million minimum with our exceptions included in that $500 million, and whether or not, if there's a competitive environment, whether or not they can proceed within that regulatory structure. HLT Advisory is in the process of reviewing that. Unfortunately, they're not exactly there yet, but if I could ask Commissioner Zuniga to give us a little bit of an update on what they're looking at.
I can. And so we went back to them on the question of is there something relative to that threshold, the 500 minimum, and the way we've made exceptions to that capital investment that might be having an effect, just like you described. And like many good consultants, they came back with 4 more questions after we posed the one question. They're working, which start to get into the notion of the viability of a commercial license and its effect on the rest of the state, let alone that region by itself. So they're doing that analysis. It's not ready. I had a good discussion with them yesterday, but there's not yet a memo or a framework at this point. I hope that by next week, by next commission meeting, we could have something that is a lot more substantive and thoughtful. But that's essentially the update. We were hoping that we would, but we don't have at this point.
And even since yesterday, last night we received a letter from the city of New Bedford that they support that drop in the, or that refinement of our exceptions in our regulations on the minimal capital requirement. And I spoke with KG Urban earlier today, and they indicated that they would support that and that would enhance competition in the region according to them.
Well, that's the kind of thing that we ought to take a very careful look at and think of the policy implications of that, as to which there are many. But we ought to take a look at that. It seems to me that we ought to also take a look at other incentives toward bringing this to a head. I don't know what they might be. Saying that we've set a deadline, but if we can't meet the deadline, then we're going to take this off the table for X period of time to let people coalesce. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I mean something that would help everybody focus on the need for speed and the need for making abstract plans concrete so that we can move this forward.
Well, I think on the 500 million issue, I'm puzzled by this study, as Commissioner Zuniga and I just discussed, but it sounds like we're not going to want to resolve that one until we get whatever it is HLT has to say. So let's set that one aside. On the issue of the extension, the only thing that the only constructive thing I think as a practical matter about the passage of time is that you get closer to the day when the land and trust decision is made. You know, when that day is, we don't know, but every day that goes by, we're one day closer to it. And if that land and trust decision were made and were made positively, then that's going to throw a huge variable into the mix. So in that sense, waiting for time, you know, is extending the time frame is moderately constructive, I guess. Although maybe what we ought to do is wait until that decision gets made. But then we still will have the lawsuit, you know, issue to deal with. But beyond that, nothing is going to change. The circumstances just aren't going to change. The reason these deals haven't come together is because nobody knows what to do in a market that is A, congested, and B, has the significant possibility of a no tax rate tribe casino. And until that issue is affected, I don't think anything is going to change. And time isn't going to help. It just doesn't address the issue.
Well, it's not just time. The investment amount is very important here, which is what Ombudsman Siemba was just talking about.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the time one. I mean, I'm setting that one. The investment's different. You know, that one we can talk about. But the time, if we change the investment amount, then there's a reason to do time, because now you've got a different deck of cards. Then the people who are trying to put these deals have a different discussion to have. So time is constructive if we decide to change the 500 million. But in and of itself, it doesn't seem to me that the time addresses. I mean, I think we're sort of stuck with extending it some right now, because we're essentially going to get no proposals if we stick with our present deadline, or very likely get no proposals. So I think we're going to make some extension, but whether it's the September, October, or November, it just doesn't seem to me that more time is going to help a deal get together and therefore enhance the situation, the competitive situation, unless we decide to change the 500 million.
One caveat on that, Mr. Chairman, is that I think the city of Fall River obviously is asking for the deadline not to be changed, so that potentially they would put together as a quick application as much as they possibly could.
But I agree. But we know a lot more about this than they do. We've been through it. We know who they're talking to. You know, we know that the practical realities of getting a deal done with that bidder in this time frame, you know, it would be a real long shot to pull that off. And I think we can use our judgment on
Ombudsman Ziemba, you're recommending it sounds to me that you are recommending an extension. Do you have a particular extension, knowing all of the circumstances better? You know, you're certainly, you've spoken to each potential bidder and you know their circumstances. Do you have one in particular you think makes the most sense? I think we owe it to them to extend. The majority of the folks involved are asking for an extension. I don't think we should at this point say we don't think the time would matter and insert ourselves in that way and just stop the whole process. I think we owe it to them to at least have an extension and see how this plays out. They've spent money, resources, effort to put these together, maybe not as quickly as they would have liked to have, but do you have a particular recommendation that you think would make the most sense at this time?
Well, I think what might be in order is that the commission expresses its opinion that some extension is necessary and that it be at least the September date, in that is after the summer season. Whether or not it's September or October, or if I'm wrong and not modeling a December application date, certainly we can hear about that. But between now and 2 weeks, when we come back to hopefully talk about the whole Regency construct, if there's a sense of the commission that it's likely that there would need to be at least the extension to September, that would send an important signal, I think, to everyone out there in the region that we are not forcing them to put together an application that might not be as fully developed as they would like it to be.
I think that's a good approach.
I'm generally in favor of that, but, you know, we don't have to extend anything yet. July 23rd is the current deadline.
June 23rd.
I'm sorry, June?
July.
It's July.
July, sorry.
July
Yeah.
23rd.
July 23rd is the current deadline. Nobody has signed a host community agreement or called for a referendum. So if you take July 23rd minus 60 days, which is the fastest that they could schedule a referendum, that takes us to May 21st, correct?
Well, I just would note that there have been public reports that the city of Fall River was considering a host community agreement as early as next week.
Okay,
Since then, there may have been other developments.
Yes, but May 23rd would be the latest date that anybody could ask for a referendum. Our current regs have us complete the suitability review prior to the referendum. That's the other end of the schedule that we don't have yet. So in a few weeks, say, certainly prior to July 21st, July 23rd, or even May 23rd, 23rd, we may know whether we're both done with the suitability, and they can go ahead and have the referendum, or have called for a referendum because they have signed a host community agreement.
But as you know, Commissioner, we have an exception in our regulations that allow communities to move forward in advance of the determination of suitability prior to the referendum.
But don't they have to request that from our approval, or they just have to notify it to us?
It's a vote of the governing body prior to the vote that they decide on when to move forward with the referendum date.
But part of the discussion that we're having is how to increase competitiveness.
Yes.
So this is why I think extending deadlines without looking at the function to be served by the extension is simply to invite another problem of a different kind, or a deadline that's unrealistic. If we keep the deadline at July 23rd, given what you've just described, we've got to force people into a host community agreement that there is some doubt that they're ready to do by a month from now. And in addition to that, we're likely to have one Regency applicant. So we don't achieve the competitiveness deadline. We push people over the next few weeks into a host community agreement in an environment where we may change the capital requirements. I'm not sure of that. I mean, we've got that on the table. And and we create an artificial, we create an environment in which we're either going to say we've got to change it again after these people have really exerted themselves to do something they're unhappy with, or we're going to be left with a non-competitive environment in which we have only one choice.
So
What about Commissioner, Ombudsman Ziemba's proposal that we say today that we will grant an extension here? It will be at a minimum, it will be the September extension. We will decide which extension to adopt next meeting after we have heard all the background on the 500 million issue and decided whether or not to grant that waiver. I mean, to me, that.
well,
And then could I just add to that? And then perhaps as we ask for comment on that over the next couple of weeks, ask everybody what they can do to assure us that that deadline will be met. I mean, there may be some ideas in there that maybe we get.
well, just to your prior point, Commissioner, I think I was initially hoping that we could really, especially when we were not going to be ready to present the capital investment memo today, I was hoping that we could really decouple the conversation and decision about the extension versus the conversation and decision about the waiver of the minimum capital investment as we defined it with its exceptions. But it occurs to me, based on what you're saying, Commissioner, that maybe they really are together. They really, you know, we could stay as we currently are, ask for more comment, but really these two decisions are linked together. If we're granting an exception to the capital investment, maybe that is really what provides a catalyst for somebody or not to do what they believe they can do to remain competitive.
It may well be that the indecision in the place where we are is the market's response to the capital requirements in an uncertain environment.
In an uncertain environment, right.
Clearly. All right, so shall we go with that suggestion? I don't know, do we?
I agree. I think it makes sense.
I think it does too. I mean, so there will be a minimum of an extension till September, and we will decide when the extension actually will be to at our next meeting after we have decided on whether or not to grant a waiver on the $500 million constraints. I don't think there's any need to vote, is there? No. It's okay, just leave it at that? Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you.
What else you got?
So, Mr. Chairman, that was both A and B. We can jump right into C. This is a request for a variance of Region B arbitration schedule. This request is another request from applicants or communities that perhaps our timetables that they need some amendment to our timetables. This variance request obviously did not spring from us. We had a set regulation that's been in place for quite some time, set number of days for arbitration. But here, the parties themselves, notably MGM, Longmeadow, and West Springfield that are involved in arbitration, they are making a request jointly that we extend our arbitration deadlines by approximately 2 weeks. And the reason for that is that they have two arbitrations that are occurring simultaneously, and we have one arbitrator. There's a 3-member arbitration panel for the West Springfield arbitration, and a 1 arbitrator panel for the Longmeadow arbitration, and they involve the same arbitrator firm. And so, given the tight timetables of 20 days and the fact that all of the parties are very comfortable with their arbitration decisions, they've asked for a slight amendment to our schedule of the 20 days, and that they could issue the report to us by either the 28th or the 30th of this month, as opposed to April 16th, which is when it was due to be sent to the commission. Given the circumstances, given that this is the first time anyone is going through arbitration, and given that it's a very limited duration, and it's due to some efficiencies that they can achieve by having an arbitrator understand what the process is and understand what the issues are, I believe that it makes sense that we can move forward on a variance request. Noting that this variance request will impact our ability to issue licenses in Region B. We will no longer, if arbitration continues to the end, no longer be able to make a decision on a license by May 30th. It would occur in the middle of June in the event that all of the arbitrations go to their fullest extent.
I think it's a reasonable request for that, the way you just explained it, and I don't see a reason why we shouldn't grant it.
It's a self-inflicted wound, isn't it? They hired somebody who's got overlapping duties.
Well, again, I think it sort of depends on, what is the issue here? There's millions of arbitrators, finding an arbitrator is not a problem. If you want to find another arbitrator, they can find another arbitrator.
This is a really good panel, by the way. The three of them are, the ones, the West Springfield ones are absolutely terrific. So there is some value to the people, but still, it's a self-inflicted wound, it seems to me.
Yeah, but so a 2-week extension, it's still going to be in this fiscal year. We're now down to, pardon?
No. The award maybe, but not the receipt of the licensing fee. It puts the 30 days that they have to pay for the license, puts it in the next fiscal year.
Well, there's a look-back period of, I thought it was 14 days. Isn't there a look-back period for
5 or 10.
4 or 5?
4 or 5.
So we'd be off by 10 days. Well, it seems to me that's material. If there are a couple ways to address that. One would be to shorten the amount of time to do the arbitration. They have, 20 business days?
20 business days.
We could take, they could take their 2 weeks out of their own arbitration time.
No, that's essentially the point, that they can't get done in that 20 days, so they needed an additional 14 days to complete that arbitration report.
But that's because the guy is late.
It's because
the guy is doing something else.
He's not available until the middle of April, and they have concurrent arbitrations going on involving at least one of the same arbitrators.
The lawyer does.
Well,
the tenant.
No, but the arbitrate as it's been portrayed to me, the availability of the arbitrator is the paramount interest. I have had some conversations on whether or not the parties could have arranged things differently, or whether or not the applicant, knowing that we've had regulations in place, should have made alternative arrangements for themselves and also for the arbitrators.
But if the law had said the arbitration period was 10 days or 14 days, we would be using 14 days. It's a little bit arbitrary. They can get it done in whatever time they're given to get it done. So they could shorten the amount of time that they take to do these 2 arbitrations and pull the announcement date, the decision date back. That would be one way to address this issue. But the second issue would be to have one of the parties who's asking for this, which is the applicant, to agree to pay if they accept the award in 20 days, not 30.
Making a condition of the license.
Pardon?
Yeah, well, that requirement is statutory, the 30 days.
Yeah, but there's nothing that says they couldn't volunteer to say we'll pay it in 20.
Well, but also the first option is would be shortening the process of arbitration effectively.
Right.
And that could have a detrimental effect to the process and the outcome, I would argue.
But all they're doing is presenting best and finals. They probably already know what their best and final is. The only time that's involved is for the arbitrating team to talk over the best and finals and make their choice. I mean, we make decisions like that in an afternoon. I don't know why you need 3 weeks to do it. While they're waiting for this guy who's busy. Why? What's funny about
it's
that?
It's not just a matter of one number. There's a lot. The best and final needs to come in an executable host community agreement format, and that at a minimum is going to have a number of clauses and aspects like all the other host community agreements, surrounding community agreements. That we don't know what those may be. The point is the arbitrator might not know, really doesn't know what that may be. And the arbitrator is not as familiar as us when it comes to, the regulations, the Chapter 23K, for example, and how whatever got them to that point. So I don't know that that relying on shortening that process is going to be very good for the process itself.
Well, that's fine. I mean, but I think you could cut it down, but that's fine. But then we should ask the applicant to commit to making the payment in 20 days. I mean, why should we be taking the $85 million out of the Commonwealth's? We committed to doing this because these people have been arguing for months and months and months and months. And they want to use these arbitrators. Okay, use these arbitrators, but it's not that they can't come up with the money in 30 days. They can either come up with it or they can't.
I mean, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, in your review of legislation, again, there is certainly some uncertainty regarding the $85 million. Undoubtedly, the Commission has put forward a proposal to the legislature regarding refundability of that matter. I think we would be remiss to note that there are very substantial things going on before the SJC and other places regarding what's going to happen with gaming in general.
Right.
So there are some questions.
Well, we understand, but we can't prejudge that, and we don't want to create incentives for people to try to negotiate with us. What we're going to ask people to do is accept the law as it stands. If somebody doesn't want to put up the $85 million, there's nothing that says we won't let somebody else bid. We haven't committed to anything. So at the moment, the law is pay it within 35 days if you want the award.
30.
30, sorry, within 30 days. And, it's for a reason. It's, everybody's been assuming it in the budget. We don't know whether they'll put it up or not. So I don't see what the harm would be to change the 30 days to 20.
Yeah, I think that certainly the statutory period is 30 days. But the price of there's nothing that prohibits them from making a voluntary election to pay the amount earlier.
In exchange for this waiver?
In exchange for the waiver. I don't think that's unlawful. And I don't think it's unfair, because this is really a self-created problem, and it interferes with promises, or promises, can't make promises.
Commitments.
Commitments and objectives we've been striving to reach from the outset, and that we can't fix with a late payment. And the dependencies that are already built on those. We've already had a problem with one of them. And so I recognize all those uncertainties, but if there's uncertainties that are going to be asserted later on, why not hear them now? And begin to think about how to deal with them.
And it would only say, if you accept the award,
right,
you pay within 20 days.
Right.
If you don't accept the award because you've got some problems with the circumstances,
right,
that's another matter.
Right.
But if you accept the award, you pay it within 20 days.
Well, if you don't accept the award, then you don't accept the license, basically.
Well, right.
Right.
I would be fine with that, as long as we don't short circuit the amount that we have allowed for arbitration. That's the one piece that I think would do a disservice to the process. Never mind that they're starting later than we anticipated. The duration of the arbitration, I think we need to keep intact.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fine. Okay. So shall we have a motion to grant the waiver subject to this agreement on the part of MGM? And fine tune. We need to sit with a calendar and make sure we know what days we're talking about, because we're really getting short here. But just make sure that you got the days straight. But subject to putting in the right days, move that.
Well, the right day is a latest of July 5, because is it 5 days after June 30th?
It depends. It's usually 48 hours, but they will push it another up to 5 business days.
5 business days.
Yeah. If there's reasonable expectation, the money will come in with the pushback period.
Okay.
Well, why don't we make it easy? Why don't we say, provided that the license fee, if the license is awarded, is paid by June 30th.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
15 days.
Whatever days
Whatever
that is,
day it
whatever
is.
days
Days
it is,
it is.
right, just make it June 30th, yeah. So we grant the waiver conditional upon MGM's
Right.
agreement
Right.
to, if they accept the award, if they accept the license, to
Right.
pay by June 30th.
Right.
Okay. Somebody want to so move?
I move that the license, that the arbitration completion date waiver requested by West Springfield and MGM be extended until April 28, provided that MGM agree to pay the license fee if a license is awarded to it no later than June 30th, 2014.
Commissioner, will you accept an edit to that motion?
Absolutely.
It also should include Long Meadow and MGM. You mentioned only West Springfield and MGM, but this
they both
applies,
want it?
they both
Okay.
want.
All right. Ed?
Well, West Springfield was the 28th, and Long Meadow is the 30th. Let me just double check that. West Springfield asked for a request to the 28th, and Long Meadow asked for a request to the 30th.
All right, let me rephrase the motion so
I
it's
think you were
there.
correct, I think, the
Yeah.
first time.
So I move that the application of West Springfield and MGM to extend the arbitration completion date to May 28, and the application of Long Meadow and MGM to extend the arbitration completion date to April 30th be granted, provided that MGM agrees to pay the license fee for a casino, class Category 1 casino, if they are awarded that license no later than June 30th, 2014.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Is that clear to everybody? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. All right, item number 6, Research and Problem Gambling, Director Vanderlinden.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I appreciate your time this afternoon. I know the research agenda is of central concern to you all, but the day gets long and the agenda gets long as well. Section 71 of the Gaming Act requires that the Massachusetts Gaming Commission establish an annual research agenda to assist in understanding the social and economic effects of casino and gambling in Massachusetts. There's 3 pieces to this research agenda that are very important. First is understanding the social and economic effects of expanded gaming, implementing a baseline study of problem gambling and the existing prevention and treatment programs that address its harmful consequences. And third is to obtain scientific information on neuroscience, psychology, sociology, epidemiology, and etiology of gambling. It's with the advice and support of the Gaming Research Advisory Committee, the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee, that the Massachusetts Gaming Commission seeks to add a longitudinal cohort study to the research agenda. So what is it that a longitudinal cohort study will provide? The purpose is to study gambling behavior and follow a group of people with a shared experience, that being exposure to expanded gaming here in Massachusetts, at intervals over time. This type of study will provide detailed etiological information about how problem gambling develops, how it progresses, and how it remits. Information collected through a cohort study has significant value, as it will highlight the risk and protective factors important to developing effective prevention, treatment, and recovery support services in Massachusetts. Further specified within the request for proposal that we released was to assess the incidence of new cases of problem gambling in Massachusetts, to problem gambling prevalence rates over time, and to assess the incidence of new cases of problem gambling in Massachusetts and changes to the problem gambling prevalence rates over time. Assess patterns of continuity and discontinuity in gambling behaviors, as well as patterns of recovery from problems. To assess broader array of factors that may be risk or protective factors from problem gambling to determine the relationship. And finally, to assess the impact of various age cohorts that occur over time related to environmental changes, including casino proximity, gaming advertising, public attitudes, and development of treatment and prevention programs. So this is in terms of the procurement process. On November 20th, 2013, the Commission released a request for proposal to conduct a cohort study on gambling behaviors to the University of Massachusetts Amherst and the Cambridge Health Alliance Division on Addiction. The rationale for limiting to these two applicants was that they both hold an enormous amount of experience and a unique set of qualifications that lent it to this specific study. I could go on further about that, but I think I'll leave it at that. The review committee included for the review of the proposals, Dr. Leah Nauer. She is an associate professor and director of the Center for Gambling Studies and co-director for the Addiction Counseling Training Certificate Programs at Rutgers University in the School of Social Work. We had Dr. Wendy Slutsky. She's a professor in the Department of Psychological Sciences at the University of Missouri, and she's also on the Scientific Review Board at the National Center for Responsible Gaming. And then myself as Director of Research and Problem Gambling at the MGC. We also sought consultation and feedback from several, including, as I mentioned previously, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission Gaming Research Advisory Committee. We also included and received feedback and consultation from Steve Keel, who is with the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. He is their newly appointed Director of Problem Gambling Services, as well as Dr. Thomas Land. He's with the Office of the Commissioner and Interim Director of the Office of Health Information and Policy Informatics.
At DPH.
Pardon me?
At DPH.
At DPH, correct. So when we developed the request for proposals, we identified 4 specific areas of central concern by which we would judge these proposals. First was, what is the contribution to Massachusetts? The findings for the research are important in determining the treatment and prevention strategies to mitigate harm of expanded gaming in Massachusetts to the maximum extent possible. The second area was methodology, considering the strength and feasibility of the proposed strategy, the methodological and analysis that in accomplishing the objectives stated in the RFP. Third was the cost effectiveness, taking a look at how could they utilize and leverage their existing efforts, how effective was the cost in the context of the proposal that they were submitting. And the fourth was demonstrated excellence. While both of the applicants have an amazing team of researchers, we wanted to take a look at and consider the experience of the applicant in conducting high-quality research directly related to the scope of the proposed study. The review committee felt that both applicants prepared excellent proposals. Regardless of findings, if we were able to fund those, each study would proposed would contribute valuable information to Massachusetts and the field of problem gambling in general. However, the review committee was in unanimous agreement that the proposal submitted by the University of Massachusetts Amherst had a stronger research strategy and would more successfully carry out the objectives of the study. The proposals and evaluator recommendations have been shared with Steve Keel at the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, as well as Dr. Thomas Land, also with DPH. Mr. Keel and Dr. Land are in agreement with the recommendations of the review committee and support the proposal submitted by the University of Massachusetts Amherst. So, going back to the review criteria, I'm going to just briefly highlight what the strengths were of the application submitted by UMass Amherst. And just for your information, they're calling it MAGIC, which stands for Massachusetts Gambling Impact Cohort. It promises to be a landmark study providing new and much needed information about the incidence rates and course of problem gambling in Massachusetts. MAGIC will yield important and unique information leading to treatment and prevention initiatives that are tailored to the needs of the people of Massachusetts. Additionally, this valuable addition to our research agenda will establish the raw number of new problem gamblers each year, which is necessary to understand how we need to allocate resources. Do we need to allocate it more towards prevention services? Do we need to allocate it more towards treatment services? How do we need to support people who are in recovery? It will help us determine whether proportionally more resources should be put towards prevention or for treatment, as I said, identify the variables of greatest etiological importance in the development of and remission from problem gambling, and should therefore focus on prevention and treatment efforts, and provide guidance on what are the safe levels of gambling involvement. So in terms of their methodology, they will be drawing from the Sigma baseline, the baseline that is currently in the field right now, and that will constitute wave one.
They're going to pull their sample for the cohort study from the sample that they're already doing for the cross-sectional study.
That is correct.
Right, okay.
And that will constitute wave one. And that will be 2,600 people will be pulled from that baseline study. 1,300 of them, or half of that 2,600, will be identified as a high-risk group based on their current risk of becoming a problem gambler or their current gambling behavior or other risk factors that would be associated.
So this isn't a random selection of 2,600. This is 1,300 are random, but 1,300 are selected because they are in basically the 20% of the total sample that is at the most at risk.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And they do that with the hopes that this promises a higher yield of the number of problem gamblers over the course of the project and creates a better understanding of problem gambling, creates a more comprehensive etiological model of problem gambling.
I'm lost there. You've got 2,600 people.
Correct.
Out of the 10,000.
Yes.
Half of the 2,600, the 1,300, have been selected because of their high risk.
Correct.
The other 1,300 are random.
Correct.
And the objective is to create a entire group that promises to yield more problem gamblers than the society at large? That's obvious.
Through the 1,300. And by drawing that 1,300 of high-risk gamblers, we will be able to, or of high risk, we will be able to focus more attention, it'll provide more information about problem gambling because there will be a higher proportion of problem gamblers within that group.
But how are we going to fairly learn something about the incidence rate of problem gambling when we've selected I'm sure I'm missing something because you've thought this through. How are we going to learn something about the incidence rate of problem gambling if we've selected a group of people that's more likely than the average population that be problem gamblers?
Well, the incidence rate has to do with how many new problem gamblers are coming in.
Right.
And so the incidence rate, that is just of that small 1,300. The incident rates will be also calculated based on the other 1,300 as well that are not high-risk problem gamblers.
But you're not going to get your Massachusetts incident rate out of the loaded sample. You're
No,
gonna get
you
your
will. You would not
Massachusetts-
get that out of
No,
the
you're not going to, you don't
1300.
use it for that. You
That's
simply
the other
use-
study.
you
All
simply-
right,
yeah.
so I'm stupid, but explain. I
No,
don't
no,
understand.
I'm trying to help him clarify. You ask a perfectly legitimate question. But the 1,300 that's loaded for high-risk people
Right.
is simply to get a big enough pool of high-risk people, since there's only 2 or 3%, or maybe max up to 5, that are going to show symptoms of problem gambling. You need more than 5% of any number. So if you're selecting just out of the 1,300, who are the 20% most likely to have problems, you're going to have a bigger sample than if you just pulled out of a random sample. And so that 1,300 is simply for the purpose of putting together a big enough pool that we can track those people meaningfully. The incidence in Massachusetts is great.
Let me stop you there. What are we going to learn from tracking those people meaningfully? We're going to learn about the course of the disease?
How they learn about it?
The etiology.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the 1,300 high-risk group?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the cohort overall. I think the question really applies to the cohort study.
The cohort, the aims are twofold: etiology as well as
Explain etiology.
Etiology is what are the new cases that are coming into the population. Prevalence would be at any given point of time, what is the percentage of the population that is experiencing or suffers from this disorder. Whereas etiology is what are the new cases that are coming in to the population.
Not just what are they, but why, what is their
What
makeup?
symptoms?
Yeah,
What
why does
did
it
they
occur?
learn
So-
about what's going on in their life? What do they do with their extra time?
all right.
What other morbidities do they
Okay.
manifest?
Okay.
et cetera.
And what, okay, I get it. I get that part. What are we going to learn that's different from the other 1,300?
For the high-risk group?
No, for the non-high-risk group of the 2,600.
Okay.
For the half that's not high-risk, what are we going to learn from them?
That would provide us with the incidence rate.
Well, it's the control. The other 1,300, as I understand it, it's the control. Is the group of people that may not develop any kind of risk of gambling addiction, but have been exposed to casinos, just like the first 1,300.
Okay. My problem is, I think of a control study. You get two groups of people that are essentially the same, and then you expose them to a similar set of stimuli, and then you see what results happen if you give them a drug or a placebo. I mean, that's in its simplest form. So if you have a control group that is prone to gambling addiction, and a group that is just random, and you expose them both to gambling, it strikes me as an unbalanced result. It's like taking a sample of half of which already has cancer and half that doesn't, and giving them both either a drug or a placebo and seeing which group does better.
Yeah, I don't think it's a control.
Yeah, it's so the 1,300 that aren't high risk,
Right.
the non-high risk group, are randomly selected.
Right.
And so that group may have individuals that would also possess high risk attributes, but
Right.
but that it's from that group that you would be able to determine the incident rate.
What is incidence as opposed to prevalence?
Okay, so incidence rate is the number of new cases per population at risk in a given period of time, and it conveys information about the risk of contracting the disease or the disorder.
So
Whereas prevalence is a proportion of cases in the population at any given point in time.
Right.
How widespread it is. Prevalence is the proportion of the total number of cases in the population. It's more of a measure of what is the burden at that point in time of the disorder.
So is the bottom line that we, in effect, have two studies running in parallel at the same time?
There are two studies running in parallel, but provide very different information with different implications.
Okay, but the point is that you're not comparing, that you're not using one of those groups as a control for the other.
No.
You're doing two essentially independent.
Well, there's two pieces. There's two pieces. There's two aims to this. One, what is the incident rate of problem gambling?
Right.
And two, developing the etiological model to
Okay. All right.
to gain a better understanding of the disorder.
Okay. Okay.
That was helpful, thank you. I didn't understand that either.
Okay. Now I've lost my place. So another unique piece of the methodology that's being proposed by UMass Amherst is the use of the problem gambling measure, which is the problem and pathological gambling measure, the PPGM, and it was developed by Dr. Volberg and Dr. Williams, who are two of the PIs for this project. The measure has proven superior to existing problem gambling, other problem gambling measures.
And is that through peer-reviewed studies?
Correct. So another important factor is their experience and retention plan. Certainly an important variable in producing high-quality data and confidence in the findings is being able to retain the cohort over time. They've identified multiple methods in attaining the highest possible retention rates.
So they were distinctive in the methodologies that they used for retention?
Correct.
Oh.
Yes. There's many ways in which they were identifying ways that they would retain their subjects over time. And finally, the cost effectiveness. MAGIC will be complementary and synergistic with the Sigma study, each one providing considerable information relevant to the other study's goals. An additional added value element to the MAGIC project is the scrutiny of the findings from four other longitudinal cohort studies in the final stages of analysis that identify variables that would merit more detail and examination will be added to the MAGIC project. Because of the direct involvement of all four of these studies by either Dr. Volberg or Dr. Williams, the MAGIC team has unique access to that data. Demonstrated excellence. Dr. Volberg is arguably one of the world's leading experts in epidemiologic surveys of problem gambling. She has decades of experience. Dr. Volberg's and Williams have previously conducted longitudinal gambling surveys with high retention rates. Dr. Stanek is an experienced biostatistician, and his experience will be a great value to the project. The budget for the initial project period, which would run through the end of fiscal year 2016, is $1,975,680.
What was the CHA budget?
I want to say that their initial project period was $2.3 million. We had put a limit of $2.5 million on the overall project for the initial project period.
Right.
So in the initial year, fiscal year 2014, the proposal included $126,101. In fiscal year 2015, it would be $849,274. And in fiscal year 2016, $1,305,000.
$1,305,000?
Correct.
Not six?
Not six, not four. The estimated cost to continue the project beyond fiscal year 2016 is $900,000 annually. So, the proposed study will advance a steadfast commitment of the Commission to mitigate to the maximum extent possible the potentially negative or unintended consequences of expanded gaming in Massachusetts. I therefore recommend that the University of Massachusetts Amherst be granted a contract to conduct a longitudinal cohort study of gambling behavior in Massachusetts as described in their proposal and submitted to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission.
I had a couple questions.
Yes.
Director. First of all, this is well done. I see that you put a lot of time and effort, and you put a terrific team together to help you assess the two candidates and make a decision. MAGIC, a lot of acronyms here, and this is a new one, MAGIC. But my question is really about strategy, and actually fiscal strategy. I know one of the things I've had discussions with Director Wells and others, you know, focusing on the fact that we're going to have one facility, which is a very small facility a year from now, and then the others, it really hit me up touring with MGM earlier in the week that, frankly, they're pretty much 3 years away from opening a facility. And I just, you know, in talking about key hires and when it would be strategically smart for us to make those hires, we still have some fiscal constraints. We're, you know, always managing that and concerned about that. I just was wondering where we are almost from the big resort casinos, pretty much 3 years away. If a project like this, which is really important, and I really see the value, say till the end of this year rather than this part of the year, maybe, you know, December, January, would there be any significant reason why we couldn't do that? And would that be strategically a good thing for us to do because we have some fiscal concerns and really looking at this as one small facility a year from now, but the major facilities, and that would still give a good 2 years to get this up and running and be in place to be able to make a significant difference. Do you have an opinion on that?
Right. I do. I think that there would be little to no impact on that. For one, the wave one of MAGIC is integrated into the baseline study that's in the field right now. It's important to align the data collection between the two studies, so between Sigma, that is in the field now, and MAGIC. And so the data collection period for both studies then should be the same. Right now, the data collection period is September to May. And so while that constitutes wave one, we would want to have wave two be in the field at the exact same time, later this year into 2015. So September 2014 to May of 2015. I think that is important, and that's one of the strategies that they identified to attain a high retention rate, is to make sure that you do it consistently year after year. And so that is a consideration that would not be a problem if we were to push the implementation of this off until later in the year. In terms of when casinos open up and when the slot parlor is scheduled to open up, you know, that it may produce a bit of a challenge if we wanted to, say, get 2 waves of the cohort study in the field and done in advance of the slot parlor opening up. But we're almost talking about a different issue there.
A different what?
A different issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Until then, is it so that, again, just so I understand, is the launch of the cohort study, wave 1, wave 2, designed initially to establish a baseline against which changes are going to be measured?
Correct, yeah.
And the changes will be measured against, or an ingredient of the changes will be the impact of the commencement of closely available gambling, right?
That is correct. What is the impact of expanded gaming in Massachusetts?
Well, I had the same concern, but I'll start with the same comment as Commissioner Cameron. I think the process that you undertook is very good. The approach, the advisors, that you sought, the input of the Gaming Research Advisory Committee and the larger Gaming Policy Advisory Committee is critical. and very good. I am, though, as well, a little bit thoughtful of the larger context in which these large financial commitment plays. And on the backdrop of the large commitment that we have made already with the Sigma study, and the fact that some of our schedule continues to slip, with at least some uncertainties as to our ability to assess everybody that we can for all the costs that we will have. We have made already a decision that the Public Health Trust Fund is only going to be assessed starting in 2016. That really leaves only the one other part to pay for this, which is our assessments on applicants. Up until recently, but very soon, it's going to be only licensees. So I would be very much in favor of trying to defer this implementation or even the decision until for at least a few months, where there's no damage to the integrity of the project, or where that is minimized, if to the maximum extent possible, and maybe in the meantime we can get a lot more comfortable relative to the other and larger context in which we operate financially. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think there's a lot that we're already undertaking. I think the recommendation is great. There's a lot of thought that went into it. I realize that if we come back to these 6 months from now or later, there may be some cost to that effect. There may be a new cost proposal or etc. But I wonder if really the best course of action for us at this point, not as a comment on the process that you have undertaken, but rather the larger context of our financial operations, is really to push this off for at least a few months.
Push it off meaning what?
Not make a decision, not take a vote on this recommendation, and come back and revisit these, later. I think
Commissioner Cameron raised the issue of pushing it off till the end of the year, which I gather that's not a problem in terms of the integrity of the research, and I'm fine with that if there's, for other reasons actually, which is bandwidth of the Sigma team. But I don't see why would you add to that, don't make a decision today? There's no financial commitment in the decision. There's no money spent in making a decision, and we don't want to have to go through this again. So I would think we ought to go ahead and, if we agree with the decision, we ought to accept the proposal, but postpone the implementation, the start, postpone the expenditure of any money until the end of the year, when all these swirling uncertainties will be resolved one way or the other.
Well, the only reason would be that there could be changing circumstances between now and the next, and the next time that we decide that it's time to implement it. But I guess we always have, that leeway.
Change our minds.
We can change our minds then too, as we're changing them now here, if that's what we're doing.
I think this is a good idea. I'd like to talk more about some of the nuances of it. I think it's fascinating about the yield from this as opposed to the longitudinal study that's already underway. But I think this is a very thoughtful way, and obviously the selection process and the topics and everything else has been peer-reviewed by experts. I think we are on the way to getting the best set of studies that anybody's ever done in this field, and I think that's really important, and so I'm fully supportive of it. I am, though, sharing the same concerns that Commissioner Cameron and Commissioner Zuniga articulated. And so I'd be in favor of accepting this proposal and accepting your recommendation with the implementation to commence at the end of the year and upon an affirmative vote of the commission that it's time to commence it, because that would build in a required look at circumstances as they then exist, rather than have a default move forward unless we stop it. And so I would approach it that way. But for planning purposes and commitment purposes, I have no, I think this is a good idea, good approach.
I'd be fine with that. Just to reiterate, there were 3 people on the actual selection committee.
Correct.
And there were 2 other representatives from DPH who we are increasingly now involving in our decision-making process. All 5 exercised their judgment to say that they thought the Magic UMass Amherst proposal was the stronger of the 2.
Right. So the review committee, including Dr. Slutsky, Dr. Leonauer, and myself, were all in agreement to support the UMass proposal. That the information, including both proposals, including the reviewer feedback, any supporting information was then taken to Steve Keel and to Tom Land. It was reviewed with them. They, in turn, agreed with our recommendation and supported the proposal that was submitted by UMass.
Okay. That's pretty impressive.
It is. And if I just may add,
Yeah.
these both teams, when we limited it to these 2 teams because they both brought something special to the table, they really did bring something special to the table. They really do bring something special to the table, something unique. And it's unfortunate that we can only choose one. Because I do feel like the team of researchers at Cambridge Health Alliance is amazing. They've been a great resource to the commission. They put a lot of thought into their proposal. They put a lot of thought into feedback that they have given to the commission over the past couple of years, and I appreciate their contribution.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think they are a great resource, and they are as renowned as Rachel and Williams. And we ought to just keep in mind, we would like to make use of their resources somewhere along the line here if we can.
I absolutely agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. And the team at UMass Amherst, we are incredibly fortunate to have that research team here, local, and providing the research that they are.
I think it might be useful, Commissioner McHugh just expressed interest, and I'm interested, and I'll bet everybody else would be. Maybe we could have Rachel come in and do an education session for the commissioners sometime, just really talk more about this in a relaxed environment where we could learn much more about exactly how this is all working and what the products are of this various samples and so forth.
Right. I think so. I think when we talk about the differences between incidence and prevalence, when we talk about what is it, the specific information that we will get from each of these studies and what is the utility of those findings,
right, is
all very, very important.
Yeah.
And I'm very supportive of having both of these studies in the field at the same time. I don't think that there is not an overlap in what we will be finding and what we will draw from them. They both have very unique utility, and I would absolutely support bringing Dr. Volberg in to discuss that with you.
Well, why don't you work with Janice to arrange a time? There's no particular rush, but when I think that'd be a really worthwhile time.
Sure.
Commissioner Zuniga, do you want to frame a motion?
Sure. I would move that that this commission accept the recommendation as outlined here by Director van der Linden in terms of selecting the team of Sigma to conduct a cohort study at a time later to be determined by the commission, by a vote of this commission for its implementation.
But presumptively the end of the year. I mean, it needs to be on a tickler file that, that come November, December, it comes back before us.
Yes.
Right.
to be reviewed and voted on by this commission before the end of the year.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any issues with you and your, on that?
The only distinction I'd like to make is that it's the University of Massachusetts team, and it's Sigma is the project that's in the field right now, and this would be distinct from that project.
Right. So it's not the Sigma team, it's the University of Massachusetts team.
Correct.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. I should have used the acronym, the right acronym, MAGIC.
Magic, yeah, Magic team. So we had a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting this proposal as conditioned? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Acosta.
Mr. Chairman, as the crew is assembling, just one connected issue that I wanted to clarify with the Commission. As a result of the process, the City of Boston process, we had initially been trying to target host community meetings for Revere and Everett on the 6th and 7th of May. We anticipate we would go ahead and find new dates for those a few weeks ahead, if that's acceptable to the Commission.
All right. Go
Thank
for
you.
it. Excuse me, I'm going to suggest another brief break.
Let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break then.
Convening for the last round at about 4:15. Director Acosta.
Commissioners, staff has identified that there are no processes in place for how the commission wishes staff to process and the commission to consider the application for a new qualifier of the gaming licensee. Qualifiers of the gaming licensees at times move on and may be replaced by the gaming licensee. It is a duty of the licensee to notify the commission when a qualifier leaves the company and when a new qualifier is identified. Once a potential qualifier is identified, the potential qualifier is required to file a multi-jurisdiction application, a mass supplemental application. The question is, how does the commission wish the staff to process these applications? Does the commission wish to consider the recommendation from the IAB after an intensive background investigation at a public meeting versus granting qualification status without commission consideration? It is staff's recommendation that the application for qualification be handled similarly to a key gaming executive employee or a gaming vendor primary license application. Staff is recommending that the commission staff present to the commission for consideration at a public meeting a detailed report to of the IAB's finding and ask the commission after discussion of the report for approval or denial of the application. The report will be similar to the reports that IAB prepares and present for consideration during the license suitability hearings. Once the commission approves or denies the application for qualification, the licensee will be notified of the commission's decision, and the application may or may not assume the responsibilities of a qualifier to the gaming employee licensee. It is staff's further recommendation that regulations be drafted and approved to reflect this process.
Thank you, Director. I had a question about, I guess, consistency. If we've had an issue or IAB identifies an issue during the investigation, we've proceeded with an adjudicatory process, which gives the individual qualifier a chance to present before the commission. This sounds like you're suggesting a public hearing in order to have that process. Is that separate from how we've done things in the past?
Commissioner Cameron, I think the concept is that we'd be doing it very much similar. We had if there were no objections, we had you would consider in a public meeting. If there were concerns, it would be an adjudicatory meeting.
I see, okay.
And that's part of what we wanted to check in with you to see if that's the concept that you would like to proceed ahead.
That makes sense to me. I just wasn't sure if that's what you were referring to.
Why would we have these, the hearing in the first instance would be before the 5 of us? Is that, I mean, is that the proposal?
Yes.
Yes.
Why? As opposed to a hearing examiner with an appeal to us?
This is talking about qualifiers now.
Qualifier.
This is
Yeah.
about
New
qualifiers.
company official.
Oh,
But-
Yeah,
yeah, no.
Qualifier, might help out right now, we have there's a level
I'm
that
sorry.
requires a commission
This is
approval.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is a qualifier, not, yeah, okay.
Just a licensee.
Right, okay. Sorry.
So this would be the licensee, qualifiers within the penumbra
Yeah.
of
Right,
the
right,
license.
right,
New
right.
CEO.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Got it.
CFO.
Got it.
Exercise significant control of
Yes.
the
Sorry.
industry, of the
That's correct.
company.
I'm fine with that.
Same here.
Yeah, me too.
I assume IEB is on board. Yes. Okay, good.
Okay.
Great. Is that it?
Good?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, excellent.
The quickest item of the day.
I wish I could be quicker, but I don't think I will be. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I'm here today with David to provide you an update on the status of the licensing management system project. Before I get into some of the details, I want to acknowledge the hard work and effort of those involved to date, our own staff, Director of Licensing David Acosta, Project Manager Kathy Barsh, Bill Curtis, and Trooper Gina Joyce have done an outstanding job of providing the requirements for the application and the business process flow. Advisix is our system integrator. Engineers from Advisix have built out the infrastructure that will host the enterprise content management platform and the licensing application. NTT Data is our development partner on the project, and they've been responsible, and they are responsible for the full life cycle development of the LMS application. The Information Technology Division, an agency within the Executive Office of Finance Administration, ITD is the Commonwealth's overarching technology agency, and they've provided resources, project management, network engineering, security risk assessment, security engineering, and technical support. And Verizon has recently provisioned a high-speed connection for our environment that allow our hardware to be connected to the Commonwealth's network. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of Dan McDonald of my staff. Dan has kept all parties talking and provided a point of contact for quick response to information requested and required by our partners. We're more than halfway through the project plan, and the professionalism and collaboration exhibited by our partners and our own team has been outstanding. So I'm going to give you a little bit of update on the, so if you can go to the timeline, Artem. So in your packet is the timeline for the project, and due to a number of factors, we have had to extend the timeline out by about 3 weeks. And those factors include the provisioning of a platform here locally to work with. Our prior contractor was unable to deliver in the timeline that we had committed to. NTT stepped in and provided an environment, but the lack of the environment that was supposed to be provided added to the delay. We also had some additional requirements that were provided between the time we locked things down in early January and the end of March, so there was some change, and there was an additional form. So all of these things led to a change order that Executive Director Day signed. There was an impact on the project cost, but it's all justifiable. So we add 3 weeks. I must say that NTT has bent over backwards to mitigate some of the circumstances that were caused by our inability to deliver some things. So they've really been a good partner. But overall, the project is running well, and I'm going to ask Artem to play in the background a video of some of the software. So as I'm talking through some of the updates, you can watch the 5 sections up here, and the audience can see it. But this is the development. This is actually the application that's being shown up here on the screen that is being built for us. So this runs about 5 minutes, and as I give you the updates, you can watch. So our platform and infrastructure was configured and has been installed, and so that's That's a major milestone for us. It was connected on 3/21. The business requirements document, which basically specifies how the system is going to work, was approved by us on 3/21, and that's the first deliverable. The technical architecture document has been submitted by NTT and will be reviewed in the next week and should be approved. And we will start this week or next with the application user interface, which is basically looking at how the application has been built for functionality. So the team will have their first view of the actual application itself and the functionality. What you're seeing here is just screen captures of some of the various functions of the application, just to give you an idea of what is being developed. We expect to start system integration testing the first week of May. User acceptance testing should be completed or will start sometime in June, and our go-live date now is 6/27. We have an interim process in place to be able to handle the applications that are coming in. That's been worked out between licensing and Director Acosta's team. We believe that we'll be able to handle the volume of applications that come in for licensing. So all in all, I think a very favorable report on where we stand, and I look forward to providing you with probably a live demo the next time I come before you to talk about the licensing management system. But I'll take any questions.
Great.
Is
Really cool.
does this start off, is this going to be available on the web for applicants?
Yes. Yes.
And so this starts off, the initial screens we looked at are people who are trying to enter the licensing system and provide us with baseline information that we need to process their application?
So basically what we'll do is we'll do an authentication, much like
Right.
signing up on a site.
Right.
We'll credential somebody who wants to provide an application, and then they will be able to sign on, to log in, and to start the application process. All of the forms which are currently out on our web, what you're seeing here, if you look, is this is filling in real time the fields on the forms, except it's electronic. So we're not going to be taking in, paper copies or PDFs.
Right.
This will
Right.
all be done online. People will
Right.
be able to stop and start. These forms are very complicated.
Right.
So we're going to provide them the ability to navigate, online, to fill in the information, to come back, to attach documents and other additional information, and then drive the process of the review by licensing and the IEB for both the financial and the criminal background checks. All of that will be a workflow. But the hardest thing, I think, is really taking the 500 fields in those forms that are out there now and making them easy for applicants to fill in. And so far, so good.
Are these the business licenses?
All of them.
This is all licenses?
Yeah, this is all, the one you're just looking at is for the gaming vendor primary.
Right.
The first screen that you saw, and I just want to just go back a little bit, the first screen that you saw is a process of authentication, and there's some steps built in there to avoid hackers or programs to just simply infiltrate the system and just make it go nuts.
Right.
It's so that we can control this. But this will be available for companies as well as individuals. It'll be, you can do it at home, you can do it at a casino website, and there'll be a terminal in our office, so if they come in, they can sit down and complete the application.
Good. I was, because apropos of our wish to find minority vendors and hard to employ people and so forth, you're bound to have people that find this, I would find this daunting probably, so that means almost anybody would. But, so.
Talking about vendors, I'm sorry, but this is the step right there where we ask for the vendor, minority owned, and provide the kind of information that is being required so we can capture it. Once this information is captured, we can develop reports that we can present. So these are the number of vendors.
Right, but I was talking about the other side. I was talking about the intake side, that we're going to need to make sure that that we have the tools to help people who don't know how to do this, who can't figure out how to attach a document, et cetera.
Yeah, so I think there will definitely be a helpline support necessary by staff to be able to answer questions from applicants as they try to get through this. There will be a lot of contextual help available, within the application itself, help buttons and help with navigation.
Is Jill looped into this discussion and her vendor advisory committee, for example?
I think once we get to a point where we start to do usability testing, I think we're going to involve a lot of people and bring them in to make sure it's usable as we think, right? I mean, it needs to be intuitive, it needs to be, easy to use and navigate. We think we're building it that way. We will do a lot of not only internal user acceptance testing, but focus groups, and we'll involve other people in that process to make sure that it's...
I think it would be, earlier than later, you ought to have people people who are expert in the business of recruiting MBEs and of hiring minority employees should be in it early on. I mean, people like us can make assumptions, maybe not, you would make a certain kind and you would make a certain kind, but I think she and her group ought to fit away to be in there at the beginning.
Absolutely.
How are you dealing with English as a second language issues?
So I think that's something that we're going to have to talk about in terms of accommodation. There's certainly a way to take the forms and to translate them. I know that other agencies do it, and it's incumbent that they do it for like a primary group of languages. So I think that's a discussion we have to have. I can also say that, we're not assuming that everybody has a computer either. The forms that are out there online are for people that don't have a computer and want to manually fill them out, and there will be a process to accept manual forms, and we'll do the data entry.
I didn't realize that. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
How can you have an opportunity to work with a licensee, in our first case with Penn, that Penn is somewhat trained on the forms? Penn may be able to offer a remote station at their facility where they're obviously doing a lot of interviewing, that they can say, we want to hire you and we're going to slide you over to a machine to start the paper.
In our conversations with Penn already, we've discussed having terminals available for either companies or individuals in their facilities, so that a person can sit down and complete the form. For companies, it's very likely that they will require additional time because of the complexity of the form, and they may need to do it in their place. But I envision meeting with different support groups throughout and showing them. So, for example, a person with limited English speaking can go to a particular agency. This is web-based, so they can access it through the web, go in there and assist the individual in completing the application. The thing is that they're able to file the application. Once the application is filed, then we can go to the next step, and that is the fingerprinting, taking photograph, getting their identification, that kind of stuff.
Keep in mind some of our other key partners, the community colleges, the career centers, et cetera. Okay.
Yeah,
David, do you anticipate being out at the establishment to help with licensing when it gets closer?
That is correct.
Great. Anything else? Any other comments?
All right.
Looks good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Looks great.
Thank you.
Looks great. John, I know our next meeting has quarterly update on our finances. I'd be interested and make sure that Derek has the latest update in terms of these projects.
Yeah, so I brought it back up in case you asked the question. I can share that with you in terms of what the spending has been to date against the budget.
Great. Thank you. No, let's leave it for next meeting.
Okay.
I think that's it. Anybody else? Anything else?
I have one quick clarification, Mr. Chairman. Director Driscoll asked me a question, and I think bears discussing and clarifying for the record. I think it was all implicit, but I think it's important. When we talked about the 500 million capital investment, we referred to it just like that, the 500 million. What we have effectively done by regulation is increase that because we've excluded a number of costs. For example, the land, was we had the discretion to exclude or include, and by regulation, we chose to exclude. But we also took other costs and excluded them from the minimum investment calculation, and that has resulted in a overall minimum total project cost that's in excess of the 500 million. So what we've been asked to do and evaluate is whether to grant a waiver to our own regulations, not the statutory 500 million. And that, like any regulations we issue, we have the ability to grant waivers or not. And as we're doing this evaluation of the Region C, that's the limit of what we are considering.
Right.
Not a statutory threshold.
Good clarification.
Anything else? Anybody? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everybody.